as we are once again alive upon the internet again for the second time today. Oh, I forgot to change the stream title. I'll do that now. Recording on the Weird TechTank Showcase live. Oh no. Yeah. Let's move that part of it, actually. There we go. Yeah, often forget I forget to change the stream title. We got that fixed now, as we're indeed going to recording the Weird TechTank Showcase live. And yeah, there's actually one thing I forgot to do for it, and we're gonna start off by doing that. As yeah, I have an empty black void available there, and that's because I need a build picture of the UI one of the Umbra initiative.
Entering safe area.
So we're gonna make that real quick, and then we're gonna start off right away, basically, and go and I have a few positions in mind for where to do the intro. I'm actually not sure on any of them yet, which was like, I'll pick one. I'll pick one eventually. I still haven't. Yeah, this was the right setup, right? Let's put the group over here. Does it go to 51? It goes to 57. Oh, it's the different. It's the crit damage backpack. Is it? That puts it at 51. We're gonna go Cheska over the other one. Question now becomes, do I optimize this? I don't think I will. I think I will leave it. Because here as well, we're gonna have a few parts be not fully optimized. Let's yeah, that doesn't really matter there. Just to check, how did I do the build picture of the True Patriots? Did I give it better mods or anything? Not really, right? Just kept it as is. That's a good thing. We'll do the same with the UI one. As we have it here. Yeah, this is the complete layout. Let's go give it a quick build picture. It's getting a build picture. I don't think I've ever done it this way before, where it's getting a build picture as an X build. It's a build that I'm already designating that I'm going to not be keeping, but I'm making a build picture of it. That's a little bit weird. Everything today is a little bit weird. The structure of the build showcase as well is going to be a little bit weird, because I think the way I'm going to do it is, because yeah, normally I would do kind of like layout, and then we would go over the numbers, and then we would go into gameplay. Here, I think I'm going to do it a little bit differently. I'm going to give it basically a long intro. Or well, basically go over all of the build pictures quickly and kind of discuss them briefly. And then what I'm going to do is actually we'll kind of do the layout of a build. Well, actually, we'll do that. Then we'll go into the numbers, and then we'll come back and I'll go over each of the builds in game, basically, briefly. and then we'll take it into gameplay, and then do another layout, and then do another gameplay layout again. I think that will flow a little bit better because there are 4 different builds, and while they have similarities, big similarities, because they're the thing that binds them together is that they're all TechTanks. They're also a little bit different. So yeah, we'll think that will be the structure of the day. And then, yeah, I'm gonna take the Umbra, I think, with some bounties solo. And for the rest, I haven't actually really decided. With something I want to do CPs. Summit seems like a good candidate as well. And maybe a mission as well. Or maybe even doing a countdown with the FI one. But we'll see. Let's finish off this thing first. I want the name of the memento here. Actually, let me start up my tablet just because as well. Actually, minimized OBS there so I don't see chat or anything later on. Yeah, let's give it the other stats and then gear stats and then I'm hoping I can keep my coughing to a minimum.
Weekly medical checkups are compulsory. Please visit the clinic to book a time slot. Failing to comply could lead to the expulsion.
Which I should be able to. But I also have a few coughs here and there. I'm human. It humanizes. Yep. Yeah, stats. And then we will give it weapon damage numbers as well. Just to have that as well for like future reference. And one thing I really need to do, and I'll likely dedicate, might at some point do a afternoon stream, but maybe more likely the coming week. We'll basically go through and clean up a little bit the X builds. This one's 37. I feel that is a lot. We're gonna likely toss it here. And with a few, I likely mean like 20. Because of a lot of them are, there's a lot of similarities in them. And while I basically every build that I throw out, make an X build out of, some of them aren't worth keeping around. Like they were failed experiments. They're even interesting experiments I'm kind of okay with. But yeah, pure failed experiments are. Yeah. No need to keep them around. Let's do this and this. And this. And this. Let's line it all up. Oh, no. Hey there, Pamik. Just briefly, the one thing that I forgot to do, solving that, is I do need a build picture of this UI TechTank, Umbra TechTank. Just so it's Well, firstly, so it can be linked underneath the video, and secondly, as well, just to discuss it more easily about its stats. So it's fixing up that real quick.
Inside the perimeter will not be tolerated. Violators risk permanent expulsion.
Yeah, let's go give it damage numbers with the Elmo. It's actually grab this name already. Game disagreed with me there. There you go. Oh, do I go and charge up the memento? That will eat up some time though. We'll leave it uncharged. Screw it. We might come back after a segment of this one and then give it other damage numbers. For now, we'll. That's fine. What I do want. I have to wait for that icon to fill up. It's the Umbra icon there. And we'll. Yeah. Let's charge it up. Let's go that shoulder. Slap those here. So we have some numbers. At the very least, we can compare them at that in that way. Let's actually see if we take this away for a second. So this on body, although yeah, this is different numbers. So, but 329. Okay, 319, which makes sense. We're missing some stats there. Which here I'm I'm acting as if everything's going to be full on their stats, right? As if we're optimized everything. But if that's close enough, that I'm confident. Makes sense. And yeah, let's. I've had a few areas in mind, but some of them are also in missions and stuff, and I kind of need a place because I need to revisit it a few times, and I'm kind of questioning the choices what I had in mind. And also, like in my mind, I'm going like, is there maybe anywhere else I would want to go? But not particularly. So I was also considering going in here. Do I have any CP capture? Well, it wouldn't be the same across all characters. As I was also thinking maybe doing just in castle. Let's maybe just do that. Let's maybe just do it in castle. Oh, actually, I'll already check if this is working. Is this working? Yeah, that's working. That's working. This one should be working for
Identified.
that one. Big browser, and then just the game. Yeah, making sure those are at the ready. Because I was considering just doing it back here. Kinda like this. It's very bland, but it's also just functional. We have a rainbow up there. I think I'll just do this, because then as well I can do all of the layouts here and I can quickly get here, which is also important. The few places I was thinking of in missions, I would have to go into the missions each time, and that would suck. Yeah, let's actually get an intro while the double rainbow is active. We'll just jump right into it. And let me have this at the ready. Yeah. And let's do a refresh here, making sure that the hard drive is spooled up. It is. Yeah, let's quickly do this before we lose the double rainbow. Yeah, I'm just gonna do a quick intro and then we'll figure out the rest. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're gonna go into some weird tech tanks, as I've taken to calling them. It's a trio of buff build tech tanks, and together with Umbra tech tank. All three were builds that I was always wanting to try out, mixing them with the tech tank layout, but I hadn't done that till now recently. I've played around with them. I've reached a conclusion kind of on each of them, and also learned a few things about every build. So we're going to go into weird tech tank showcase. It's also going to be structured a little bit differently than my usual showcases, where we usually would discuss the entirety of the builds and then go into some either numbers or tactics and then take that over into gameplay. Instead, we're going to segment it and go per build, as we'll be discussing 4 builds today. We'll go a general overview of them, then we'll go into some calculations of them, and then we'll go per build, first the layouts, and I'll show them off basically, and then we'll take it into some gameplay. And as always, of course, I'll be making some use of my build collection, which we link down below, of course, and several build pictures from in there, as every build that we'll be discussing today does have a build picture. And everything, of course, will be timestamped and linked down below. So let's hop in to the general overview. All right, I'm happy with that. Let's see how long that was. As well, we lost the rest of it. Well, 1 minute 40. That's I'm perfectly fine with that. That was actually kind of cool as we went from from daylight to nightlight. There, kind of actually like that. Of course, I could always dub over it again if I really wanted to, but I'm actually happy with that. A one-take wonder. And, hey there, Salty. I'm gonna take a second here and actually, let's open up all of the ones we need. So it's 2 point something. I had it a second ago. Toilet paper bruiser, 3.12 ongoing directive. And Fi on 4, that's going to be 4.13. What was the order? I put them here. So Fi first, ongoing directive second, True Patriot, and then UI. I think that's also the order I will kind of introduce them as. Let's bring this back up a second. And yeah, when I jump into a recording, I will take away my face. Let's actually as well put this already into the folder, which I've prepared already, so I don't accidentally delete it or anything. And yeah, we're gonna use this as background. What is this? In photo mode. I don't hate this. It's bland, but it works. So we're gonna fade over to this and then jump directly into. See if these are working. That one. And I'm just gonna give it a general overview and discuss what I should have Heartbreaker TechTank as well. Because I'll actually use that to introduce kind of what tech tanks are. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, and we'll start here. So yeah, I'm gonna jump into recording this in 3. Well, actually, let me prepare this first. Well, there we go. And yeah, let's jump into recording it in 3, 2. And yeah, to first discuss the layout for those that don't know what a tech tank is. Here is a general tech tank that I use a lot and have recommended a lot, and I'm kind of closely associated with at this point. Well, not my invention or design or anything, because that's not how builds work within this game. Several divergent paths lead to the same place. What they are, though, is something that I've over time popularized, and we call them tech tanks. They have a specific layout, and that is especially that there is a setup-wise, they're a very strong shield and trying to keep damage up, and doing that in different ways with gear sets, with high ends. In this case, for instance, this is the Heartbreaker tech tank, one that I quite often recommend. And layout-wise, it is an Artificer, and for the Artificer, we of course need Technician. It is because it is Technician, it's not with the Striker shield, but just with the normal shield. Then there's a Memento in there because it provides us many buffs to many ends of this build. We're basically using and the red and the blue and the yellow core together with the long and short buff that the Memento can provide. Together with that, 3 pieces will have blue cores, giving us a 6-tier shield with 4 blue cores and 2 yellows, one coming from Technician, and then trying to keep damage up in the rest of the parts. So for instance, here is with the Heartbreaker, and then Cheska, everything's rolled to crit chance and crit damage, trying to get a decent crit chance and crit damage ratio out of it. And doing that with, for instance, Striker or Heartbreaker or Negotiator, and even a high end kind of works out. And actually, even nowadays, even with Hunter's Fury together because of the Oreo providing it a second life, kind of has worked out. Now, this layout of Tech Tank is basically just a template that you could provide onto other builds, and that's basically what we're doing today. I've here the FI Tech Tank, then the ongoing directive Tech Tank, a True Patriot Tech Tank, and an Umbra Tech Tank. Now the three, of course, the FI, ongoing, and True Patriot, they're buff builds. Normally, I have already done build showcases on them in red variants, but I always wanted to try them out, how they would fit as a tech tank, maybe using them more in groups and stuff. And yeah, some I would say work okay. Some are basically pretty bad. And we'll go over that, of course, in their segments. And then, of course, UI Umbra Initiative was a gear set that I hadn't used for this. Well, I have used basically every other gear set for it. So I still wanted to do it. Gameplay-wise, it felt like it would have some overlap. It kind of does, because, yeah, you can get into cover and then pull out that strong shield and just hide behind that shield and then get back into cover again. But it just ends up a little bit clunky, but we'll discuss that when we take it into some gameplay. And yeah, layout-wise, all of them are basically the same, as I said, with Artificer, a Crusader shield, together with 3 pieces being rolled to blue cores. Most of the times, a Cheska piece is alongside of it, just because, of course, crit chance is a quite important part here. Cheska will provide us with the best spram bonus, basically. And then we're trying to get a decent ratio out of crit chance and crit damage. We're pairing that with most of them with Elmo. With the ongoing directive, we're pairing it with a sadist weapon. And we're trying to basically get the most damage out. Let's go actually into the numbers right away, and we'll discuss it in there, what each of them can kind of do in burst and sustain. Man, I wanted to cough the whole time. Let's bring my face back up here. I feel that was decent as an intro, as a leading into the rest. Let's see how long it was. It was 4 minutes 20. And I'm kind of okay with that. Basically said all the things I wanted to say in there. Explaining tech tanks and then kind of talking about the other ones. But yeah, we'll go over each build as we lay them out basically, and take them into gameplay afterwards. But yeah, we have the numbers here at the ready. Let's go over here. I have my trusty red circle. Let me actually grab something to drink a little bit. Let's see if that helps a little bit. And yeah, let me gather my thoughts here a little bit. So we're gonna talk about just introducing this thing, and then we'll just go one by one. We'll talk about the Heartbreaker, TechTank, and Striker here as well, and then we'll basically go one by one. Let's see, just looking at the numbers as well. That yeah, let's just jump into it. I will just plow our way through. Yeah, let's put the circle. Let's put it here actually to start off. Yeah. Let me actually cough really. Let's get that phlegm out, but I'll mute myself for a second. Okay, that helps a little bit. But yeah, my voice then needs a second to warm back up. As I'll just talk and talk and talk and get it back to normal sounding. There we go. I mean, well, it still sounds very nasally, but yeah. Hey, I want to get this done. Let's get a fresh video out. Yeah, let's have this at the ready. I broke my circle. There we go. Fixed my circle. And And yeah, we'll just full screen this. And this already there. Okay, I'm gonna start recording in 3, 2, 1. And here's the spreadsheet that I've prepared for today. If you don't know these, they are multi-calculators of my design, meant to be used to compare up to 10 builds against each other. And there's a video on my channel if you want to know in depth how they work. As a short introduction, basically the input happens down here, output happens up here, and what it especially spits out is a burst DPS and a sustained DPS number. And all of these percentages are comparing to the one at the top here. And this one at the top is 3 builds that I often use to compare with, which is a Glass Vigilance Red, just a standard high-end, an Obliterate Vigilance Red, and an Unbreakable Vigilance Red. While they're no longer that popular, most long-time players will kind of have played them quite extensively. And for me personally, I know pretty well how they feel in their damage outputs. And that makes them a good comparison point, I feel. As well down here, I have the Heartbreaker TechTank, as the Heartbreaker TechTank is what I would consider a very effective tech tank. So we're going to use the numbers from that one as well. And here at the bottom as well, we have a Strikers with a Obliterate and with the Striker backpack. Here with the Elmo, so not with the Oreo, just to have those numbers there as comparisons as well. And then here we have the, as they are named, the FI TechTank, the Ongoing Directive TechTank, the True Patriot TechTank, and the UI Umbra Initiative TechTanks. And for the Umbra Initiative, we are spitting out 2 numbers, of course, because there's one where the buff is completely inactive, and then the second one with the buff completely maxed out, just to, of course, have both of those numbers so we kind of know what the lower and upper bound of that build is. If we start with the FI TechTank and we kind of go over its numbers, we can see that it is actually pretty low, especially when compared, for instance, to a Heartbreaker TechTank, which is one of the better damage dealers of the tech tanks, but it's not even actually the higher damage dealer of the tech tanks, because the Striker TechTank does a little bit more damage than it with when it's running an Obliterate chest, and does actually quite a bit more damage than it when it's running the Striker chest. And of course, it can run Oreo nowadays, which really pumps up its damage. But as a comparison point, we can see that it's basically doing around, well, almost half of the Heartbreaker TechTank. But of course, what it can provide group-wise is its group buff. And that's kind of what we'll use it for as well. I'll likely take it into some 8-man content in the form of Countdown. Now, it doesn't have any healing because, of course, it's a tech tank, so it has an Artificer and a shield. But what it can do is run interference and just provide just all-around, whenever people aren't damaged, to give them the FI buff. Because as well, when people get hit, they'll just met back up anyway. And especially in something like Countdown, where intermittently we will go out of combat and people will just regen their armor, it will get them back up to being in that state where the FI buff will, of course, apply to them, because our allies need to be at full armor. It's basically, it applies to anybody who's at full armor, including ourselves. If we then move on to the Ongoing Directive TechTank, we can see that just because the Ongoing Directive as well has a decent damage buff, and because we can run a Sadist weapon with it, it actually does decently well damage-wise. It's, of course, still not reaching up to Heartbreaker or Striker TechTank levels, but of course, again, it's providing a group buff here. And I'm using a TKB with Sadist, and we've actually as well, we are accounting for weapon talents here, and we're ballparking it for the high-end Vigilance builds with 9%, approximating Strained. Same as well for the Striker, although actually this is a Striker with FAMAS. I misplaced here that it's Elmo, but we'll leave it as is. But yeah, this is basically a Striker with FAMAS and Strained, because of course otherwise Elmo would not have the damage bonuses, but also the crit chance, crit damages are actually with a FAMAS. So That is a small mistake of mine, but we'll leave it as is because it's not important. We'll move on to the True Patriot TechTank, and especially the True Patriot TechTank is just pretty abysmal because even though it is providing here, it's because it doesn't have the backpack because of course the Memento is core to these builds. And because of that, it doesn't have the backpack taking its damage buff to 12%. It only has at 8%. So it's kind of limited in that way. And True Patriot on its own as well just doesn't have any other damage bonuses of its own. It has a little bit of sustain bonuses with its mag size. But even there, it is just falling behind everything else. We are running it with the Elmo there, taking it to 91 rounds, which is kind of cute, but it's also just that. It isn't really tangible. With the UI here, there is, I feel, pretty much an issue with Umbra Initiative. In a full red variant, an Umbra Initiative can be decent. It's not good, but it can be decent. Mechanically, it is not very heavy, so you can kind of easily get its mechanics going. It's not like with, as well with like Negotiator, where you kind of require multiple targets. You can make this work on single target or with groups and stuff. But even maxed out, as the second number of for UITT is the Umbra with its full buff, having the full 100 crit damage as it is with a chest, and also having that 30% to rate of fire. It still is way behind a Heartbreaker TechTank stacked to 100. And a Heartbreaker TechTank can quite easily stack to 100. Stacking to 100 is not really an issue. It's just a few seconds with a ACS, and then it can swap to its Kingbreaker. And of course there as well, like because of that Kingbreaker, it has a really humongous buff at the end here with its weapon talent. And the Umbra just doesn't have that. It does have reload speed helping its a little bit with its sustained DPS. But yeah, on its burst, it's just falling behind. And we'll kind of feel that as well as we'll go into gameplay with it in a little bit. But yeah, this kind of shows what they will do. Now, of course, the 3 buff builds will buff. So there is their benefit there. And I kind of will play it to their benefits there, as especially I feel the ongoing directive is decent enough on its own damage and then can provide a group buff, and that can be quite useful and quite strong. The True Patriot kind of I will likely not keep the True Patriot. The Afai, I will say as well, but we'll go actually into it pretty soon. Has a much stronger shield because it's healing it because of its repair skill stat on the gear set. It is actually healing that shield quite strongly. So it does have that. And then the Umbra Initiative I feel is just a little bit clunky, but let's go take that into gameplay, as we'll start off with the Umbra Initiative and we'll take it into some solo gameplay. Yeah, let's see how long that was. That was 8 minutes, which I feel I'm fine with. Let's see. In the meantime, let me bring myself back up. Let's see how it is all together at this part. In length, it is currently 14 minutes, which... I could try to redo the calculation part and maybe knock off a minute, but I don't think it's worth it. I'm actually happy with how it was there. Anyway, we are going to start off with the Umbra Initiative. I have 3 directives on, right? Yeah. And we're going to just... I think I'm just going to go do bounty with it, and I might, just to show it again, do it just... This guy does have a lot of bounties here saved up. Yeah. Yeah, we'll go use this one for bounties. We'll give it an intro here, and then we'll take it there. And I'm not going to go as in, well, I mean, in build showcases, I don't go in depth much anyway, but not going to go as in depth even as those because we're going to keep it short. We're just going to discuss what the gear set bonus is and kind of have laid it out and then just go from there. We don't need this anymore. I do need the UI build picture, which is here. Kind of feel I want my circle as well. Yeah. Let's say we'll show it in game and then we'll take it pretty quickly into that build picture. And yeah, I feel I'm ready to record this segment, and let's just do it. And I'm gonna start in 3, 2, 1. And here we are with the Umbra Initiative variant. And of course, Umbra Initiative, as a gear set, on its 2-piece gives us some crit chance, the 3-piece gives us some reload speed, which is actually pretty strong with 30%. Mechanically, what it does is whenever it has basically two intersecting. Let's try. Intersecting is the word I was trying to land on there, but I intercepted myself before I did. Yeah, let's actually delete that recording. There's no proof that it ever happened. You can't prove anything. There's definitely no VOD of it. Yeah, well, try again in 3. Oh yeah, what was it again? Intersecting. There we go. Yeah, let's go with and we'll hit a record again in 3, 2. And here we are with the Umbra Initiative version. And yeah, of course, with Umbra Initiative at the 2-piece, we're getting some crit chance, which helps, of course, a lot with trying to get our crit chances up. The 3-piece gives us reload speed, which is actually pretty strong, and especially, for instance, with weapons where, like the Elmo, it doesn't help a lot, but we could use it for maybe some slower firing weapons and especially getting damage talent. But I feel the Elmo as well kind of works well with this build, and of course as well has pretty good crit chance numbers, and that helps it a lot. With a 4-piece, of course, we have the 2 intersecting, well, 1 talent, but 2 intersecting parts. Whenever we go into cover, we are building up a charge that will basically give us damage bonuses. And whenever we're out of combat, we're out of cover, but in combat. For the damage part, we don't need to be in combat, but for the healing part, which will charge up out of combat, we do need to be in combat. And in there as well, we'll be building up stacks out of cover that will give us some bonus armor and regen as well. And bonus armor? What am I? Let's try it again. I don't know why I said bonus armor, but I want to say armor regen, which is literally here, and I was reading it and I said bonus armor. Yeah. Well, good thing we started early. I can have a few bloopers. Yeah, let's get going again in 3, 2, 1. And here we are with the Umbra variant. With Umbra, of course, with 2 pieces, we're getting some crit chance. With 3 pieces, we're getting a reload speed. That reload speed helps quite a lot, especially if we were going to go with the weapon with the damage talent. Although the Elmo kind of works out decently well here, even though it has good reload already to begin with. It works well here because we can make use of its crit chance, especially. And then at the 4-piece, we have the 2 intersecting talents that form 1 talent in the form of from the shadows and into the light. This is basically the mechanic of Umbra, where when you go into cover, you're building up a charge, which is its first part. You don't need to be in combat for the charge that you build up when in cover. And you're building up to 100 stacks because we have the chest. Normally, it's only up to 50 stacks. And we're building up, in total, 100 critical hit damage and 30% RPM. We build that up over 5 seconds, and then we lose it. It basically stacks down whenever we go out of cover. And out of cover is the other side of the coin of here. And out of cover, when we are in combat, we do need to be in combat and out of cover. We'll be building up into the light part of it, which is that we'll build up stacks, and whenever we go into cover, following it, we'll consume those stacks to get armor regen. So basically, when we're out of cover, we're building up an heal, and when we're in cover, we're building up our damage buff. And we basically intermittently go in and out of cover to try to balance both, but mostly going towards the damage talent side of it, because the healing isn't that strong. And of course, we're providing that as well with the regen of Memento, of course, because yeah, Memento is always going to be core to these builds, and we'll have the regen from the long buff. Let's jump to its build picture as I have it here. And layout-wise, you can see that as well. I haven't actually fully optimized this build. In the numbers, I basically treated it as, with all of these builds, as they would be when fully maxed out. I'm not intending to, as a spoiler warning, which for the conclusion here, I'm not intending to keep either the Umbra or the True Patriot, really. So I haven't optimized it out. I haven't spent those resources. I don't feel it will make a difference, because we're missing 3 point something crit damage, which is negligible. It will not make a true difference here. And we are going basically with all crit damages. I have a Cheska piece in here, and this Cheska piece is actually taking us with the rest of the rules and the Elmo. It's taking us actually to 61% crit chance. But of course, because a large part of the damage is coming from crit damage, a buff to crit damage. We're going to 261 crit damage on this build. It is okay to go so far towards that 60 as we can. And if we have to go over by 1, it's not the biggest waste. Of course, in a group, I could swap this to be Gruppo and maybe try to see if there is a Coyote in the team taking me to 60. But I feel this one, the buff builds, I feel are basically made to be in groups. This one, I wouldn't say so. I don't think this performs particularly well in groups, or, well, actually in solo either as well. But we'll take it into some bounties here, and we'll still discuss its mechanics and go over it a little bit. So yeah, I'm going to go set that up, and I will join you in a second. And yeah, see how long that was. It's a little bit rambly. That one's the short one. That was 4 minutes. Actually, 4 minutes is fine. But yeah, we're gonna do 2 brief bounties with this, because I feel like I kind of want to do the show, like the same trick that I always show, but do it again with going outside of the bounty area and calling one in again there. And yeah, let's go over here. I might briefly have a look in that area if there's any, because I would love to charge it up a little bit before heading in. Oh, sure. That's perfect.
Supply drop nearby.
Just so I have a few charges on it. Also, should I grab a grade 20 Elmo? Nah. I might do it on the FI. But yeah, I'm just gonna clear out this Okay, I'm gonna want Mac heavy. Just so I have a few.
Let's take
Because then, yeah, we can go in with a halfway charge and then a fully charged memento.
Don't let him get you.
Also, this gives me a second to kind of warm up. Did play a little bit, of course, this afternoon.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Give you cover.
There was a completely no longer charged. Where's that now?
Right?
Kind of need to keep a better eye on that. But at least charged me up halfway. Even put a bounty there, so... I'm gonna take the northern route here.
Rogue agent
Really
detected.
game. Don't want rogues. Actually, they're open world rogues. They don't. Watch them be fixed now. Is it open world rogues? I mean, they'll likely still won't scale, and they're gonna be here. That much is obvious. They're not scaled yet. These guys are not heroic. They are, in fact, not heroic. They're, in fact, normal.
Rogue shock trap detected.
Should put this in there like, ooh, look how powerful this build is.
Eliminated. Friendly control point nearby.
This build could do lovebirds in 4.2 seconds. Even stronger than Oxy. But yeah, let's not. Let's discuss it the way that's actually. I now realize actually in the intro and stuff I should have. I'll put it in here somewhere. Should have kind of gone like, oh yeah, by the way, TechTanks. If you want to know what they are and the good ones, go watch the masterclass or something. But yeah, we'll trickle that through here somewhere. And yeah, at the word faction am I fighting? Oh yeah, Outcast. Yeah. I'm gonna... Let's actually take cover here. I'll use... Oh wait, did I actually do it right or not? What is the last frame here? But we'll do that right with the other ones. Because yeah, I'll come in always on like this. Let's get these things out of here. Yeah, let's we're just gonna start. And here I am at an area with a bounty, and we're gonna actually do a trick I've showed a few times where we'll do 2 bounties in a row. We'll leave the area after the first one. I'm gonna first get into cover here. Of course, this is the mechanic of Umbra. I'm charging up my laser, and then standing up and using my laser. And 30% rate of fire and 100 crit damage is okay, but it isn't as good, of course, as, for instance, 100% separate multiplier that strikers would have or something. Now, of course, we can charge it up and then unleash it, which sometimes has a little bit of benefit, but it's just a little bit too weak. Although it stays for quite a while, as while I made it in here, I basically had lost 2 seconds worth of it. And again, we're going into cover, sitting there for 2 seconds and then pulling out. While we are in cover, you can fire and you will continue to build up the charge. That is something that I feel a few people have missed, that they, although wording wise, the wording is actually, while you're not firing, you're building up the charge, but you can be in cover and just be firing. So but of course, while you're in cover, it also disables the buff. And in doing so, you lose a lot of your damage. There, I got hugged and I barely survived, which is thanks to being a little bit charged up on the memento. I went and did one activity, charged up my memento a little bit, because I didn't want to go into here without any memento charges. Also, just warmed myself up a little. And that was enough to survive the hug there. With a charged up memento, you can barely survive a hug. You'll regen just a little bit more than the fire, although of course you need to not be shot by anything else. And if it hits your shield, you'll definitely lose your shield, as explosives do a lot of damage towards the shield. But yeah, we're just doing the memento things, although of course, it is quite clunky. I have to be in cover for a little bit. Although while in cover there, I'm healing, although that's not very useful to me, because I'm fully healed anyway. We're doing it here as well with 3 directives. One of the things that all tech tanks can deal well with is that they don't care about cool skills, especially. So with this season having cool skills, where most red builds, of course, as well, can give up their hive and not care about having that 3rd directive. Fog of War and No Regen, of course, are pretty easy to deal with. No Regen is basically free, as whenever you weapon swap, you completely negate it, as long as you're out of combat. But yeah, having the ability to have cool skills in a pretty easy way is not nothing, I would say. And here, it does okay damage. Now, of course, this is just solo scaling, and it's not that difficult to begin with. I'm just gonna wait for this guy to come up. And yeah, as with all tech tanks, it can stand in front of enemies and just kill them. What I'm gonna do here is normally what you could do here with red builds, although I won't be able to, or I would be able to, but I would lose all my memento charges, is fast travel back to the safe house. But instead what I'll do, because it's about the same length of a run, because we would have to run out of the safe house anyway. It's about the same length of a run to run out here. And I'm going to also murder these guys. Though my Umbra is basically empty, so I'm just going to go into cover here and even take this hit if I have to.
Well done.
Manning. I don't know where.
Detected. System disrupted.
Just came in with something. Basically, I'm here outside of the bounty boundary, and I'm gonna pick one of the many True Sons here. Actually, wouldn't mind one with a. Let's see if we have one. Yeah. One with at least a heavy in it, just so we have a little bit of a challenge to deal with. And what we can do is quite often cancel it and grab a different one, and quite often put it nowhere, and I can't control my map. Hello?
Friendly combatants.
It just completely failed in its task. We'll just take the first one here. Let's see if it... Quite often it will put it here, because it really likes putting bounties here. I say that, of course, and now it doesn't want to do it. It's like a puppy when you go like, oh, look, the trick I taught it. It doesn't want to do the trick at the moment. But here, finally, it did do it. Usually, sometimes you need to cancel it a few times and get it here. Quite often, though, it does it in one go. And of course, what this means is it saves us a little bit in travel time. I'm gonna charge up my Umbra again, and then get back out of cover and start murdering once again. One thing I could have done here as well to improve my damage is take a, as I do have a grade 20 Elmo, I didn't go and grab that just to kind of show this as is. I wouldn't recommend this build, but it is a little bit of a different playstyle. I already actually do from time to time run a red Umbra, and I don't mind it. It's decently good in its damage output, and it's just a little bit of a different thing to run from time to time. And I kind of feel the same as here, and that could be interesting for some people because, yeah, I mean, it's not like we're struggling here with killing. For instance, I feel the True Patriot one would struggle to be solo, although of course it can provide a group buff, so it's best not played solo. And yeah, one thing that is always strong to do with tech tanks is to run through your memento drops, because that is another 15% weapon damage. That is a little bit more healing on the shield, a little bit more shield health on itself as well. Let's just finish off that heavy. I'm gonna go back into cover again and actually charge up a little bit. I'm gonna guess there was something on the wall there, or there was a shock trap laid out by this named. But yeah, it's always a good idea. Same for actually with of course, like Hunter's Fury builds or something, to run through the mementos and just get your short time buff. And here I'm mostly I've mostly used up my charge, so could actually get into cover, build up a fresh one. Oh, it spawned even the last wave here. Oh, well, one of the last. Anyway.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
It really wants to spawn everyone down here. I'm just gonna fully charge up here. I could have fired there, but it's actually pretty weak anyway when I'm in cover. So I just chose not to.
Rogue explosive trap detected.
And here I am fully charged on the memento. That makes the shield pretty strong. It always does with all of the tech tanks. And actually with the FI especially, we'll see in a little bit. Just because it can heal a lot, it actually is pretty strong. But yeah, a 6-tier shield getting healed by a 2-tier artificer is always strong anyway. I was hoping there was there wasn't a wall there. Turns out it is. We do have one more named to spawn, so I'm kind of cautious about where I go and kill this guy. Yeah. Charged up Umbra fully. We'll get out.
Target neutralized. Good work. That's your
Anyway,
target.
we have one named remaining, and they spawn downstairs. It spawned a lot of waves out downstairs there. But yeah, this location is pretty good for this, where you can just keep respawning bounties here. Although you need to farm a few here to have bounties here. But a lot of the True Sons bounties from other zones will also just default to going into this zone, which is kind of a bug. They're not in aggro with me, so I'm just actually gonna charge up Umbra fully. Even gonna toss out a grenade there, disrupting all of these guys. And I'm actually gonna not focus on this name, although well, I should.
You got the target.
Mostly because I kind of wanted to get the numbers down, and I didn't make the best choices there going after elites. But yeah, let me just front towards enemy, and we'll just burn through them. And yeah, that was kind of the Umbra tech tank. It is okay. Having to deal with the mechanic of going into cover and out of cover is a little bit clunky, but also it is. I do enjoy playing Umbra as a red one. I don't think I will keep this as the tech tank variant. But I'm glad I made it and played around with it, because you never know till you mess around with it how it will work. And now at least I kind of know. It is a little bit clunky, and it just doesn't have the damage to be worth it to be that clunky. Let's move on to the next build, which is going to be the FI. And we're going to first introduce it, and then we're going to take it into a countdown. There we go. Let's see how long that was. And of course, the one time I needed to just spawn the bounty there right away. It just doesn't want to do it. That was 11 minutes, 11:13, which is fine for a gameplay segment. And I'm happy enough with my commentary there. But yeah, this will likely be a longer one. That's also like why I started right away with recording it. Let's see actually how much it's all together already. It's already 29 minutes. But that's actually, as Kano has emoted there exactly. It's fine. Let's pop these caches because I want this guy to be clean. We're gonna actually even load the True Patriot TechTank, because that's this one, and also with Elma. This is all set up right. Yeah. Let's go empty his inventory out, and then we'll swap to the character that has the FI one. But yeah, we're gonna go in this order, which is the Umbra, which is a like a bad one, and then the FI one, which is an okay one, and then we'll go the True Patriot one, which is kind of like the useless one. And then we'll end up on the ongoing directive, which is the one I feel that actually works out of the bunch. Yeah, we can leave this character behind for now. We'll come back to him when after the FI one. This character, right? Trying to remember who had which one.
Safe area detected.
And now go back here. Actually, while I'm here, let me quickly check if
Hostile control point nearby.
it will let me. No. Because yeah, one of the annoying things is this character is kind of bugged, I think. Because I have rescued Cindy. She's right there. But I can't talk to her, so I can't actually complete her part of the manhunt. Although actually I've talked to her already, but it didn't count. But yeah, we'll go park this character on the same spot up there with their inventory open. Which is right here. Let's actually look at the other footage and we'll see if it's exactly here. I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's like one step this way. There we go. As long as it's kind of the same area. Yeah, let me take my face away. Let's make sure we have this at the ready. Let's actually make this big as well. And yeah, kind of thinking about what I'm going to say, but I kind of know. We're going to start here-ish. Yeah, and I'm gonna hit record in 3, 2. And let's discuss this FI TechTank. Of course, with FI, we have the bonuses of repair skill and having skill haste and skill duration on the 3-piece. And of course, on the 4-piece, the talent of FI, which is that as long as players, including yourself, in both subgroups as well, so it's, for instance, in raids, it is both subgroups, are at full armor, not health, because actually if you take, for instance, damage from steam or something that directly, or poison that directly goes to your health, that will actually not break FI. But whenever you take armor damage, that will. And whenever people are at full armor day, like not the FI player, but for every individual, they will get 15% total weapon damage and total skill damage. And then we have the chest talent here, making that 15% at 25%. As well, we would have, normally with FI, you would have a proximity effect of whenever you heal others, you will heal yourself and allies within 5 meters. We won't be doing any healing, which is kind of weird to do with the FI. We're just providing an FI buff, and we're kind of trying to keep people topped off by playing the interceptor role and just being in enemies' faces and trying to prevent damage going to our allies. Let's hop on over to its build picture. And here we can see that it is basically stacked in crit chance and crit damage towards having a decent ratio. One thing I would say is we can always flip this crit chance mod when we're running it in groups, when we are expecting coyotes to be in the group, which, for instance, in the case where we're going to take this into countdown, I'm pretty much expecting there to be some coyotes. So I'm actually going to flip this to be a crit damage mod on the memento, and you could actually set it up in that way where it's also 52 crit chance. We're taking an Elmo again. I'll actually be taking a grade 20 Elmo just to bump up the damage here. And one thing that this one specifically has is already even uncharged. The healing on the Artificer, percentage-wise, is already 42%, which is actually the amount that most of the other tech tanks have when the Memento is fully charged and has the skill efficiency at the 30 skill efficiency and is providing skill repair through that. This will actually go pretty high into the 50s as we'll charge up the Memento. And that actually works out decently well because that gives this a pretty strong shield from the off, just because it's getting healed quite strongly. And stat-wise with the rest, as we saw in the numbers as well, this is doing decent. But what it especially is doing, of course, is providing that group buff from FI. And that can be quite strong. Now, for instance, here we'll take it into countdown. We'll be going out of combat quite often in countdown because in between waves, quite often the team will go out of combat, and especially in between parts. And whenever people take full damage anyway, they'll mats back up anyway. So yeah, let's take this build into actually just a short, challenging countdown, nothing too spectacular, and run it through there. Let's see how long that was. That was a whopping 3 minutes 49, which is actually pretty good for me, for my rambling ass. Yeah, let's do the thing I said I'm going to do. I'm going to grab a grade 20 ammo
Point identified
from the stash right here. Just to bump up the damage. Yeah, we're gonna take this into a countdown, and I'm hoping that red FIs and full FIs aren't so popular.
invite to another agent's group received.
Amazing. Otherwise, I'm a little bit wasted.
You are now in a group.
a lot faster. And I'm gonna start the recording for when we reach basically the loading screen. After Isaac goes like communications disabled or whatever he says. Group leader is 3K, so hopefully when it fills up here. If it ever fills up here. This is a pretty weak team. Was there one striker on my team? Just that bad one? Okay. It'll be fine. It will be fine. And I'm gonna punch the recording when after Isaac's line. And hey there, buddy.
Communication relay offline.
Recording in 3. Let's see what. And here we've matchmake into a challenging countdown. I've already inspected my allies. The team is decently weak. We're lacking some damage. And I'm not helping that much. FI is kind of reliant on good teammates. The better your teammates, the better you'll be doing with FI. I think we have a failed starter as I see people walking around already, which is in our benefit. Now, one thing, of course, tech tanks aren't really that great for a countdown because they're reliant on the memento, and the memento is reliant on kills, and I'm not gonna get that many kills. But if nothing else, I'm still providing a group buff here, and that group buff is pretty strong. I'm providing the full 25%. I have a little bit of an option to keep chip damage off myself with my shield, which is a pretty strong shield. But I don't really have a way of healing my allies. What I do have is playing the interceptor role, kind of what tank tanks already do, of just rushing in, putting myself in the danger, and trying to take some damage away. Now here, PFEs could do that, especially with hunters, and actually do it better than this build could. But again, I'm providing an FI buff, which is pretty strong. A full red FI might be a better idea. But as a game style difference, this will be one of the tech tanks that I will actually be keeping. I've already kind of decided that this and the ongoing directive to kind of give the spoilers already will be two that will survive and will be kept in the build collection. And the reason for this one is it is a little bit different. It is a little bit different playstyle as well for tech tanks, because I'm very used to actually running in, taking some chip damage, and then just regenning back up with my charged up memento a little bit. And
Shade tech detected.
that's something that I can't do here, or shouldn't do here, because whenever I lose armor, I of course lose my own version, or well, my own buff affecting me. So I would rather, just I need to kind of play it a little bit differently than, for instance, what I do with the Heartbreaker, Tech Tank, or stuff like that. And damage-wise, it is pretty weak. I'll get a kill here and there. I'm not expecting to really kill a lot. Although, having inspected my team is decently weak as well. I'm helping them a little bit by giving them 25 total weapon damage. And there's actually, for instance, here, there is somebody providing bonus armor. That will have a synergy with me, as bonus armor will, whenever that gets hit as well, it will not count as damaged armor. The player really needs to actually take damage to their armor. Of course, the bonus armor prevents that, so that will help a little bit. And there we cleared that up pretty quickly. I'm looking for the chest, and I did find it. As always, there's 3 chests, 3 black chests like these in every zone. One of them will be stocked per zone, so you just need to go find where it is. Next up, we're going cooling tower. Yeah, we're of course going to avoid the VIP. And yeah, those chests are fixed positions, so after a while you'll know. This as well is a faster way of getting up there than the stairs. And yeah, well, this build isn't really perfect for Countdown or as itself. It is a different playstyle. I kind of enjoy it for that. And that's kind of all what all of these builds are. Don't expect any of them to be really great. If you're looking for the good tech tanks, they are in the... There's a Heartbreaker tech tank showcase, build showcase. And there's also a masterclass about the 4 tech tanks that I would say are pretty effective, which is the Heartbreaker, the Striker, the Negotiator, and the high end. Although I would say now as well the Hunter's Fury, one that I did have always, but didn't consider that powerful, but has been brought up a little bit because it works really well with Elmo or with the Oreo. But of course the Striker still does that basically. But the heal and the disorient on it is okay. And here I'm getting a kill here and there, so I'm charging up my Elmo a little bit, or my Memento a little bit. But I think that's also kind of down to having a little bit of a weak team. I'm gonna go for the objective. Some of my allies got the other one. And TechTank wise, that is kind of the thing of this one. Just need to avoid chip damage, which is not something I'm used to with TechTanks. I usually just run in and take some chip damage going in because my Memento will normally just regen it. Waiting for this this one to jump down.
Incoming. High risk hostile.
Just have secured the area remaining. And actually here, basically everybody has full armor, so everybody's benefiting. And yeah, that bonus armor, even though most of the builds that will provide bonus armor already are kind of gimping themselves that way. In this case, it's working out and is making sure that people aren't taking any damage and are full armor for there. Of course, I already got the small chest here, so I'm just gonna run out. I'll pop the ammo along the way, as we're going to the admin building, which is our main objective. And we'll have a pretty quick countdown because we did have a little bit of damage. Although I think that's mostly in the other subgroup. And as well, of course, I've done a rambling talk on the buff builds and how they kind of compare. Now, of course, in those we were especially talking about the red ones. This, of course, isn't a full red one and doesn't compete in that way. I'll wait for my allies. I don't want to rush in solo. But the amount of buff that they apply, you can kind of infer it from those calculations as well.
I know it's your favorite.
And yeah, FI is the strongest buff out of the 3, followed by Ongoing Directive. And True Patriot is, of course, the lowest by their numbers. Now, of course, the way that they apply it and such is quite different. So there is a case to be made for True Patriot and its ability to just apply it to something big. Is that guy staying in there? Hoping he is. I'll see if the bar stops moving. I'm gonna go looking for the chest. It's gonna be underneath here because I've checked the other 2 positions. And those chests are quite valuable because they provide SHD calibrations, which is one of the main resources for optimization. There was something on the floor there.
You're a pro. Now, just need you
This guy is getting this one. I'm gonna go get the other one upstairs there. Play the objective, basically. Actually, of the team, 3 people have taken damage. The rest are actually still at full armor and benefiting from my buff. But this is kind of the downside of this one versus, for instance, what a red FI could do. A red FI can at least heal a little bit. It usually still comes with a healing chem, and of course has that proximity heal, which can make it decently strong if you're standing next to someone and then basically share a chem with them.
Whoever said tech support was
I'm gonna make sure I'm hitting this objective right away, and then I'll get to shooting.
High-risk target approaching.
But yeah, during a whole countdown here, I barely charged up my memento, which kind of shows how many kills I make. And of course, that's the thing with memento builds. They don't work really well for countdown, but it's still good enough for a challenging one. Most of us that random matchmake into countdowns will know. There's a lot of bad builds going in there. This isn't the worst one here. This isn't even the worst one in this countdown, as I did inspect my my subgroup a little bit. And there was a few jumbled messes in there.
Great work, Agent.
We'll go and get our
Now get the hell out of there.
main chest here and a few
When you're ready
final
to come home,
mementos
shoot
here.
off a flare.
And one thing I don't have is a shield that is strong enough to deal with hunters. Where, for instance, a PFE, a striker PFE, or just a high-end PFE or something like that could very easily actually stand in front of hunters. I really can't. But I can take a bunch of hits. And I really do want to avoid taking any chip damage. And even if I do, I'll just use a med pack for it.
System curtailed.
I'm hoping that whoever is providing that bonus armor will provide,
Beyond hostiles detected.
continuously provide some. And keep the chip damage to a minimum.
System activated.
Distraction. Although here, of course, it's unchallenging, so it's not that difficult. But yeah, even when it's not that difficult, it can sometimes just go wrong.
System.
As you can just have a bunch of people just running into hunters and dying for no particular reasons. I'm gonna grab the one memento that I can.
System restored.
Actually, most of the people are at full health, and bonus armor came there and even prevented chip damage on me. I'm not sure what exploded there with me, but something did. Before we go looting, let's help murder this team. Well, not the strongest build, it's also not completely useless. Although, of course, in comparisons to a full-blooded striker here, there is quite the difference. And of course, just towards a red FI even.
Spotted a tango.
But for just something different, I will keep this build and just from time to time just run it. Although maybe not for countdowns, but just for 4-man open world stuff. Because even now with its Memento barely charged up, we're already at 46% healing, which is more than the other tech tanks do. Of course, you could always alter it a little bit to, you know, have an extra yellow core or something.
You see that?
But just that little bit stronger shield, because it just heals more intermittently. It is a tiny bonus to here. Together with that pretty good, strong group buff. But again, it's a group buff that is very reliant on your allies, where, for instance, ongoing directive is more reliant on the player playing ongoing directive. Here, it's very much reliant on just people keeping their health up. Oh well, their armor up. While I'm being helped out by whoever's providing that bonus armor, for instance. With teams that just run in, it can be a little bit frustrating sometimes.
Torres is in position.
We can get one more chopper out of here if most of the people stay, which they seem to be.
I gotta read.
And yeah, after this one, we'll go to the True Patriot variant and have a run with that and do something in a group. I haven't decided exactly what yet, but we'll figure that out as we go.
Another agent is now group lead.
Go and extract here. So yeah, I will see you on the True Patriot in a second.
Nice work. You stabilized the power grid in this region.
And I got a very nice 0000. Although I have proof that I have killed someone as mementos dropped somewhere at some point. Ooh. And yeah, hopefully my voice will hold out for the whole thing.
Safe area entered.
Let's go clean this up.
Backpacks to
That worked out decently well with the random bonus armor there. It actually kept the buff active on
things.
a lot of people. Yeah, let's put that Elmo back in, because we'll use it on the next one as well. Yeah, we'll actually put her on a Heartbreaker. Yeah, let's go back to character 2 and grab the True Patriot one. I think I want to do CPs with the ongoing directive one.
Entering safe area.
Kind of thinking of like, what could I even do with this one? Could maybe do a mission or part of a mission. Yeah, let's maybe do a mission with this one. We'll grab the grade 20 Elmo. We're first gonna give it a layout introduction, and then we're gonna take. Grab the grade 20. Flip it. And back to the the castle.
Hostile control point nearby.
Yeah, let's prepare its build picture as well. It's there. This one. Yeah, let's give this one an intro. Make this full screen. There we go. Yeah, let's gonna hit record in 3, 2. Right. There's the True Patriot variant. With this one, I'm going with a Cheska Obliterate chest because we're avoiding the chest. We would have liked to have the backpack with True Patriot. Because, of course, with True Patriot, with the 2-piece, we're getting some ammo capacity, and the 3-piece, we're getting magazine size. The ammo capacity is pretty much useless. The magazine size does benefit us a little bit here by taking the magazine of the Elmo here to 91. But that's never really worth it, because any magazine size increases, the damage increase is much more useful. You're better off doing more damage in 70 rounds than just having 20 more rounds that aren't bonused. With the 4-piece, of course, we're getting the buff of True Patriot, and how it works is basically that, yeah, there is a rotating flag going between red, white, and blue. Every 2 seconds it rotates, and whenever we hit enemies while it is on a color, we'll put that color on them. And if we put all 3 colors on them, when they die, they will have a little explosion when they die, which is pretty much useless. It sometimes deals a decent amount of damage, but it's so rare that it will catch anybody else, because it needs basically an enemy to be shot at for basically 4 seconds, because you need it, or well, 3 seconds, because you need it to overlap between a color, and then 2 seconds for a full other color, and then at least 1 hit with the last color. And that is just clunky and will not happen often. And whenever you do it, the enemies will already be spread out. It's not like with the Regulus when they're all together, where you can just make them explode together. The red is mostly the one we care about, which is that it will amplify enemies' damage taken by 8%. This is from all sources, so whatever gets applied to them is 8% stronger. If we could have the backpack, that goes to 12%. But of course, with a TechTank, the memento is core to it, so we won't have that. I've grabbed again here the grade 20 Elmo, just to bump up the damage of this thing. Let's jump up to its build picture. And yeah, we can see that its layout-wise is kind of like the other ones we're taking again. 3 pieces are getting record to blue. Although, well, actually, in this case, 1 piece is getting record to red, because, of course, True Patriot comes in blue. But yeah, we've taken some pieces with high armor and put crit damage, in this case, alongside of it. Our crit chance, crit damage here again is actually set up for solo with 58. We could kind of take this as well, flipping the backpack to something else, because again, this is a buff build, so it doesn't really work well solo. So in a group setting, you're expecting your allies to maybe provide a coyote at the very least. So I will likely as well actually swap this to be a crit damage mod in the memento, just to leave a hole basically for a coyote to fill up. And damage-wise, as we saw with the numbers, this one is pretty much the weakest. It's also providing basically the weakest buff. Its only sole good thing is that it is a blue core set, meaning that, yeah, we just needed 1 piece to recore here. Where, for instance, with the Umbra, we needed several pieces with crit damage on it already to recore. Same for FI, which is a yellow core set, of course, so we needed parts with red miners to recore them to blue and red. So that one is a lot more challenging. This one is a lot more easier to put together, but then again, it's not really worth it. And of course, again, we're going with Cheska as a brand choice. In this case, yeah, we're going with the Obliterate. We could go for different talents here as well, but Obliterate is nice and easy. Glass wouldn't really work here because it does apply to the shield as well. We don't want the shield to be significantly weaker. And again, it's going for the TechTank kind of setup. And this one basically doesn't do anything specifically mechanically weird. It's just shooting enemies and marking them. Let's take this into a mission, and I'll just matchmake into one, and I'll catch you guys in the loading screen. That was a little bit rambly. Like I said, that was 5 minutes. And this was 15 minutes. I might want to redo this. I think I will. It's a little bit too long. Yeah, we're here anyway. We'll do a redo. If it's worse than the other one, we'll keep the other one. If it's better, we'll keep this one. Yeah, let's ramble less. Gonna hit record in 3, 2. And here we are with the True Patriot variant. And the True Patriot variant is, yeah, as we saw from the numbers, the weakest one. Most of it is down to it not having any damage bonuses here, because yeah, on the 2-piece we're getting some ammo capacity. On the 3-piece we're getting magazine size. This ammo capacity is basically a non-thing. We won't really care about it. The magazine size helps a little bit and takes the Elmo to 91 rounds. It is kind of quirky and funny, but also pretty useless. If you can have the choice between having a damage bonus here and it applying to 70 rounds in your mag and making those stronger, over having 20 more rounds in your magazine that aren't bonused in any way, I would pretty much 10 out of 10 times take the damage bonus. And that's the thing that is lacking here, of course. With the 4-piece, we are getting the mechanic of True Patriot, which is that we can mark red, white, or blue. It will rotate every 2 seconds between them, and it is basically showing on our shoulder, as we'll see in a second. And whatever color we have active is the color that we will apply to the enemy. If we apply all 3 colors, we can make an explosion happen, but this is so rare that it is basically a non-thing. And usually by the time you apply all 3 colors, enemies will be spread out and the explosion will not really do much, except look cool. So you do have that. What we mostly care about is this red, and this red amplifies the enemy's damage taken by 8%. This is basically from all sources. It's kind of like opportunistic. Once applied to the enemy, if it's from weapons, if it's from a status effect, if it's from skills, they will just take 8% more. That is kind of strong. With the backpack, normally, with a Red Patriot, we would take the backpack and take that to 12%. Here, we don't really have that option, of course, because integral to the TechTank setup is that there is a memento in there. And we're not going to give that up. So we only have the 8% buff, which kind of makes this somewhat lacking. We're going, of course, with a Cheska piece, as we want the crit chance. Here we're going with Obliterate. There isn't really many choices we could have here. We could go with Spotter, and because we are running Technician, I maybe run it with the Kingbreaker. But Elmo actually fits in quite well here and helps with the crit chance. If we go to the build picture of this build, we can see that, yeah, layout-wise, it's pretty much the same. The one thing I will say for the True Patriot is that it is, of course, a blue core set, so it is actually the easiest of the ones here to farm, because for the Umbra, we, of course, needed... It's a red core set. We had needed pieces with crit damage or crit chance on them. Well, crit damage for the Umbra. To recore to blue. For the FI, we actually needed 4 pieces with crit chance or crit damage on them, because we recored 3 of them to blue and 1 of them to red, because it's a yellow core set. Here, at least, 3 of the pieces are going to come with blue cores anyway, so it is easier in that way. But I would say not worthwhile. We'll go play it. We're going to take it into a mission, and we'll discuss it a little bit more in there. as we'll jump into a matchmade mission and we'll see each other in the loading screen. That was a lot more coherent. And that was 3 minutes, which cuts off a minute and a little bit. Well, it's 3 minutes, 10 seconds or something. So yeah, we'll put that in there. Now, do I want to matchmake for a specific mission or do I risk random matchmake? It's likely gonna put me in one of these because it'll try to put me in a invaded mission usually. Let me actually get this browser over there. There we go. Trying to think if there's actually like a good mission to run. Let's matchmake. Let's see what we get, and we'll.
You have received an invite to another agent's group.
Lincoln. Yeah. And I've accepted here an invite for Lincoln. And yeah, we're just gonna run this as a TechTank. We of course are gonna apply our debuff on the enemy and try to keep that up on as many enemies. That's kind of the gameplay style that Red Patriot always had. It's kind of the same kind of like with ongoing actually, where you try to shoot as many things just so that as many things are marked. They're not too far into the mission. They're the second room in. This is of course a pretty short mission anyway. But yeah, I'll just run it with them. I'll take the. I'll go up the high road with this guy. There's also Eclipse with us, which is very helpful for this mission as well. And yeah, it is quite weak, especially not charged up on the Memento. The Memento, of course, with this long buff, having that charged up, gets us another 30 weapon damage, gets us a lot of skill efficiency, which helps a lot with our shield and our Artificer. But even then, I can kill an elite. Like, that is something I can still do, even unassisted. And I can stand in front of one or a few elites without too much issue. But I could do this, to my feeling, basically just better with a Striker or an ongoing directive or a Heartbreaker TechTank. Or even the ongoing directive, as I basically made a Freudian slip there and slipped that one in.
No, that can't be all of them.
Because as well, TechTanks aren't really great for just random matchmaking. If you're running with a coordinated team and you guys just are going from mission to mission, it can be okay, because I am getting some kills. I'm getting a few memento stacks here and there. Or I will be. Especially with some of the stronger ones. And that way you can actually... You'll charge up the memento, and once it's charged up, it is actually decent. And you kind of can play the interference role. You are, of course, giving up damage, but that's not the worst thing, always. If the team is already decently strong, having a build run interference. And here we have an Eclipse that kind of knows the spawns as well, which is kind of good. And is catching them all. It's going to make this mission pretty easy. Not a hard mission to begin with. Lincoln is one that I quite enjoy. I've ran Lincoln many a times. Although, personally, I would maybe prefer to just be a Striker here. Just a full red Striker. Or a full red build. If I'm interested in maybe avoiding Striker, just a full red Umbra or a full Negotiator or something like that.
Isaac can't access data on this location. Stay alert. I don't know what you're walking into.
But I will try to actually in the... what I'll try to do is... We're going into the kill house in a second, which the training house. And that is actually one of the rooms that can give some teams some issues. We likely won't, because we have Eclipse with us, so CCing will help a lot.
You hear that? Fuck this noise. I'm not trying to help with the ammo count.
But I'll still try to play it nice and aggressive and be at the front and try to just take some aggro, take some shots that would go to others.
You gotta find a way to close up.
Because that is, of course, core at the core of a tech tank anyway. Normally you would play them solo, but when it's in a group and you can kind of run interference for your allies, it can work decently well. Letting others basically just stand out and shoot. But I'm very much expecting that to happen. So the Eclipse is basically, instead of needing interference, it's just preventing damage up front. And I haven't inspected my allies. We joined together on the point of... we got an explosion to actually damage someone else. The rare times it does. So yeah, I haven't inspected my allies, but going off of their skills and their armor bars, they're likely full red. Well, there's an Eclipse, of course, but then the other two are likely full red. They have a Revive Hive and a shield and a healing drone. And that tells me that they're likely full reds. And yeah, trying to compete with them on damage is going to be quite hard. I'm going to take that damage. And yeah, we're going, of course, for all of the loots. Because, of course we are.
Upstairs. We can lock that tunnel door from there.
And I am actually halfway charged on my memento, meaning that I did get a bunch of kills. I did get to sneak a few in. This heavy, of course, took that personally and marked me. Now the healing, there is of course a healing mechanic tied to the white debuff. It is quite weak, and I feel basically I've seen it actually heal decently. Of course, in the past it used to be 3%, and that was actually pretty strong, especially together with Pestilence. It was of course one of the classics for DZ. But yeah, it got altered to be 1%, and I feel it's quite weak. I actually don't really see it on top of the healing that I'm already getting from my memento. They know that one as well, which is good. And yeah, likely at the end of the mission here, I'll give my allies a quick inspect, kind of just to see what I was competing with. But of course, we're working together. Although, of course, we all always see it as a competition. I'm gonna swap weapons here, negating no regen. Whenever you're out of combat, you can just swap weapons or swap a gear piece or pull out a grenade and put it away. And you will completely negate no regen. Now I'm intermittently getting a kill in here and there. So I'm not doing the worst. But of course, I'm also playing nice and aggressive, which is kind of, yeah. If you're gonna have blue cores, be at the front. Don't tank from the back. That is not a thing. Even though a lot of people think that it is. And will park a full blue build all the way in the back and shoot from there. If you're gonna make a sacrifice to your damage, then at least try to make some use of that. And in my case, for instance, here, I'm gonna play it really aggressive, go for that backpack, make sure it goes off. Even going after this one.
Good work. Go on and head back up. The team from the campus has taken position inside the memorial.
Alright, just gonna quickly sort these on the ground. Yeah, somebody got a shocker punch, which, yeah, it's target loot holster, so And I even have 2 mementos there, and I would have been most of the way charged on my mementos. I'll take that, meaning that I did okay. One of my allies was Umbra, which, yeah. And the other was a glass high-end red.
If you hadn't stopped them, I know.
So yeah, if I was competing with 2 strikers, I would be very much expecting to be
How relieved I am
a
to
lot
have you on
lower.
our side.
Strikers are just outliers. There is, they just are.
Blow to the True Sons.
But yeah, that was the
We confiscated
Patriot version of this. It has a weak buff. It doesn't really do anything really well. I would much rather just be a striker. Let's go to the final one, which
Your group.
will be kept, because yeah, this one I won't be keeping, I
Another
feel.
agent has been promoted.
But yeah, let's go to the ongoing directive one, and
are no longer
that one
in a
is one that I feel has some merits. Yeah, let's go to this one. Yeah, we got that segment in. Curious to see how I. I wasn't look, yeah, but yeah, actually, it's seeing at the end that it was Umbra and a glass red. I was like, how am I getting decent amount of kills? Because I can't look at the damage bugs out, but actually I wasn't doing that great, but I did okay. I'm happy enough with this weak build. Let's go park this character, because yeah, we're gonna go to character 3, which has the ongoing. And actually, yeah, for the ongoing, because I want to go do some control points, and if anybody is maybe willing to join me, because I can set my group to open, but
Thanks.
that sometimes takes a while till it fills up. If you want to check, I feel one of my characters didn't have a full damage one. I can't see there if it's shareable. Which one's shareable? So we'll toss that into the... I don't remember if that was one... Oh yeah, this shareable one is the new one. Toss it into the... Let's pop these caches. And yeah, I kind of need to find a build as well.
Glad to see you, Agent.
Fill this through Patriot slot. This build, yeah, it's getting tossed. So a slot is going to come free. I'm also not going to keep the... I was thinking of putting the Umbra in that slot. But also I won't be doing that. Let's leave this character on its negotiator one. We'll put the... We'll put the grade 20 Elmo back. Yeah, let's go to character 3. Let's get the ongoing directive ready there. There we go. Yeah. See if I need to reset my world.
Safe area detected.
As well, what CPs would I even want to do? Because I would want to do 2 different factions. I was thinking maybe doing this zone, so hitting that one and that one. And depending on how fast, maybe a 3rd one even. Let me actually see how long I already have recorded for. That is a total of 53 minutes, which actually is with another kind of like 20 minutes on this one. It's actually a little bit on target. Is there anywhere else where there's like two factions close enough to maybe make the run in between, so also not having a cut in there? But nah, I think these two on the will be the one to do. Then likely we'll do another CP. Just I want to be fully charged up on the memento.
Looking good, Agent.
Oh, they're probably. Yeah, if anybody's willing to wanting to join me, we'll go do a few CPs without the with just 2 directives and without the global event. Yeah, they want the global event off. And otherwise, I'll set my group to open and see if I can snatch up a few there. A wild comic has appeared.
Another agent is now in your group.
That's one there. Oh yeah, actually, I'm gonna first go record the intro for this thing. But you're gonna be in group for that. But that'll take like 2 minutes, and then we'll take it out. And then maybe as well we can entice
Control point identified.
maybe some other people as well to join us in the meantime. Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly do an intro on this one, and then we'll go do some CPs. Let's see. This is at the ready. Camera ended there. Let's actually fix that, even though it's not on screen. Just to otherwise I'll forget. I'll come back and not be there. Yeah, just gonna do a short intro. And finally, we're ended up here with one that I think is actually the standout of the 4 of these trying out tech tanks on weirder builds, and that is the ongoing directive. Of course, ongoing directive with 2 pieces gives us a status effect, which won't really be affecting us here. The reload speed is kind of nice because we'll be using a TKB on the 3-piece. And then, of course, on the 4-piece is the mechanic of ongoing directive, which is that whenever you shoot a status-affected enemy, you will apply a mark. A marked enemy dying, here it says killing a marked enemy. You don't need to be the one to making the kill. Any person from any source, that enemy dying will provide the player running ongoing directive with a full clip, although magazine of hollow point ammo. For the weapon currently held, and as well half of a mag size of the members of your group in both subgroups as well. So it's across both subgroups, for instance, in raids and as well in countdown, they will receive half of a mag of hollow point ammo. And hollow point ammos, every shot with them is 20%. Amplified damage, which is quite strong, of course, and it applies bleed on hit, making it again that then those enemies are status affected while they're bleeding. So when I shoot them, I will apply a mark. This mark will only come from the player running ongoing directive, and that mark lasts for 10 seconds. So mechanically, once you get this going, it's ongoing. Once, especially in groups. Because you will provide your allies with bleed rounds. They will bleed a lot of things. You will then be able to feed off of that. I have a Scorpio secondary here as well to if I need to apply the first parts. And for my main weapon, I'm running a TKB, which is one of the highest damage per mag weapons. Only the AKs have more, but the TKB has better stats in burst and sustain. And we're running it with Sadist, because Sadist is, of course, a very strong talent. This, again, is as well, while it says here 20 weapon damage, it's actually a 20% amp. So we're getting two 20% amps, although of course this is in comparison to, for instance, Striker providing a full 100% amp with 100 stacks if you have the backpack and without the chest. So it pales in comparison to that, but what it does do is provide this 20% to all of your allies, and that's pretty strong. If we jump over to this picture, we can see it's basically the same layout again. This is a red set, so we did need to find 3 pieces to recore to blue, but because it's with a red core, we're getting red miners quite often. So it wasn't too big of a hassle to get this all together. As you can see here as well, I have actually optimized these pieces for this build. And that's because I will actually keep this build. I do quite enjoy it. It is pretty good, and we'll see it in a second with some control points in action, with a group as well. And yeah, stat-wise, we're trying to land on decent crit chance, crit damages. Here, we're going for a 52, because this especially I will run in groups, so I've set it up in a way that its crit chance is set up to have a hole for a coyote. Although as well, its crit damage is so low that actually this is the right ratio-wise. Yeah, again, it needs to charge up its memento a little bit to be fully effective with its shield. But even without, we can kind of tank, we can kind of get in the faces of enemies, and in the meantime, we're providing that group buff. So yeah, let's go hit a few control points. There we go. I'm happy with that. Let's see how long that was. Yeah, sorry for making you wait there, Punk. That was 4 minutes. That's fine. We touched on a bunch of stuff. And yeah, if there's anybody else interested in joining us, otherwise we'll Pavik there is already planning on throwing, I see. But yeah, if there's anybody else willing to join us, otherwise I'll open it up and we'll just grab our randoms. And let's maybe actually hit this elite patrol or elite resource. Or nah, actually, yeah, let's hit this public execution ends, because I want to be a little bit charged up on the memento before we get into control points. So we'll just do these two without it being recorded, and then we'll go do it with control points, giving some time as well too if somebody is willing to join us. But actually, well, I'll set the group to open already from here. I preferably would have 4 people here.
Don't beg.
I could have arranged it a little bit better, but
Enemy taking fire.
let's get a mark going.
Another agent has joined.
I'll cover you.
Blanket block!
Vital signs critical.
Build up to 4-man.
Hostile supply convoy nearby.
Bombing throwing already. I should get a few marks going first. Getting my allies a few.
Shit, they got more men.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Right, they're coming from the north.
They're coming up the flank.
You're good there, Pavik. Ah. A little bit surrounded, I see.
Civilians in danger.
Wait, that dog's still alive? Or...
Trauma detected.
Go away.
System curtailed.
Probably having some lag issues.
System back online.
Did we get that? Yeah, elite patrol or elite cowboy.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
I'll watch your back. We're combat ready.
Stuck on stuff.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Call out if you're injured. Hey. Flanking.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Target up. Deploying move.
Kind of curious to see what my allies are in a second. But actually having I'm gonna guess what will amount to being 2 weaker builds with us. It's actually in my favor.
Detected hostile supply convoy.
Curious to see what
Heavily
balance
armed.
running. Striker. Yeah, actually this Oreo Striker. And that. Actually, oh, he swapped, I think. Oh no, the other guy has the Seeker's Egg. Can I cancel this bounty? Let's maybe go hit that CP indeed. Yeah, let's go with the sinkhole. It's not a one that I haven't hit before on a recording. And heading in, I will start the recording kind of when we get a little bit closer. And kind of around here, I'm gonna open the menu and then do an intro. Oh well, not even an intro, but and here we are with the. I'm gonna go hit into a CP. I've grabbed one of my regulars from the stream in Comic and set the group to open, and we've grabbed the 2 randoms, which is one striker build and one just random jumbled mess. I've charged up my memento a little bit already heading in because we ran into a public execution and a convoy, so we got those. So I'm a little bit charged up, not much, but I'm just gonna go in here and play the TechTank role, which is just to play interference. And in the meantime as well, I'm just gonna mark as many things as I can, giving my allies bonus ammo, because that helps a lot. Make them quite a bit stronger. There are 2 good striker sets with me, so they have decent damage, and I can help their damage out even more by marking a lot of enemies. Although, of course, in doing that, I'm making it harder for myself to get some charges. I'm actually going to call them in here. I'm gonna mark multiple enemies. You kind of need to shoot enemies twice to mark them, so usually just spray and spray a little bit. We're playing it pretty aggressively here with my allies as well, pushing in pretty far. I'm keeping the aggro of some, but not all things, because we're all just in here. They have a hive, getting them back up, even though they died. And I did call them in, and that's mostly because maybe we'll get some rogues. You can only get rogues if you call them in before you kill the last enemy on the attack phase. I'm gonna mark these enemies a little bit. Yeah, when they're not bleeding like this, because yeah, I marked them and used up my bullets, and took a few seconds before going back at them. Then I don't do much damage, but actually when Sadist is active, when my Memento is kind of charged and stuff, this build does okay damage. Okay enough damage to be worthwhile in groups, I feel. This one is actually one that I don't dislike for group play with TechTanks. But yeah, I do often kind of run Heartbreaker ones and Negotiator ones in groups, mostly because you kind of can, and you just play them as the aggressive interceptor, going into enemies, being in their way, kind of like here. As long as your allies are decently smart and don't... because proximity is very important, but when your allies kind of set up a little bit more like mid-range, let you be the one in the faces of the enemies. Although, of course, with randoms, we're not going to get that. That's not going to happen. But quite often with a lot of like more mid-range players and stuff, that kind of just naturally happens.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
And I can take quite a bit of pounding before I break, so it is. Alright, there we made quick work of this control point.
Supply room access unlocked.
And I kind of enjoy this one for its buffing potential. It is an okay buff. If you play it aggressive, you can kind of... Oh, we did actually get rogues. Or...
Thanks.
that might be open world rogues from nearby, because if they were from this CP, we would not have access to the... So that's likely open world CP or open world rogues from there, not from the control point. And they're not scaling, so they're not really worth it. But yeah, we're gonna go to another control point, and I'll restart the recording at the edge there. Let's maybe go. The hyena one in the backpack zone, because this zone is hardwired. I don't know why we're really here. At least with the backpack zone, we have a chance of getting some decent stuffs. Let's see if our allies see it as well. They likely will after a while. One has. And yeah, let's clear out this convoy.
I'm a dead man walking.
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected. An agent.
Little aggressive there. Just gonna get the disorient there just to get the special ammo. Right now, let's just head into this control point. See, how long was the other one? Not too long, right? 4 minutes. We'll do this control point. Hit record right away. Yeah, here we're heading into Toxic Alley. Anyway, we're gonna do the same thing. We've moved on to fighting hyenas. Not much changes there though, from True Sense. And I'm just gonna actively mark as many things as I can, get some kills going, try to keep my rounds up. And what I'm gonna try here as well is try to go for the spawn camp. Here they only spawn from one position. I can kind of stand in front of a lot of enemies for a decent amount of time. Not infinitely, but I actually lost my shield as a new wave spawned out. Yeah, especially together with some CC and stuff, you can kind of get this stuff going. And because as well we're all here and all shooting here, the buff is basically always active. Allies are getting coming back up there. He was the unlucky recipient of of that heavy's love. I'm gonna try here to just mark as many enemies whenever they die to my allies or to me. They will provide us with some bullets. I'm just trying to get your allies as many bullets. I mean, that's the play with just ongoing directive. But of course, alongside of that, I have the abilities of a TechTank. Although, of course, I'm giving up a lot of that. These of a TechTank. And here with this group is super aggressive. Gonna make sure that it's not gonna be that worthwhile. With less aggressive groups, you can kind of make it work a little bit better. Mostly because if I can be the front line to the enemies, they will actually aggro me mostly. Proximity is one of the biggest effects for... and they're spawning on the other end, so I won't make it back there in time. Anyway, to deal with them effectively. Oh, actually, or is this from... This is likely something else. This isn't the CP. They'll help along a little bit. But I will leave this ally to deal with it himself.
Channel your anger. Use cover. I'll go around.
And as we saw in the numbers, and this one damage-wise still doesn't keep up with a Heartbreaker or with the Striker, but it can deal decent enough damage for it to be worthwhile on its own, and then together with the group buff. Especially with coordinated teams, if you're going for a little while like this with open world matchmaking or just grabbing a few people, the thing is that I can keep my memento stacks for a long while. And if I can just have full memento, yeah, I can be decently powerful. Both on the ability to stand in front of enemies and take some punishment, and also, of course, helps my damage out. Incoming hostiles from something, but I'm not sure of what. But yeah, there we did another control point. Well, let's do one more likely, and then we'll reach towards a conclusion.
Supply room access locked.
Territory control here.
Access key detected.
Yeah, let's maybe go hit the outcast one there. And, that'll be a fast one.
From the control point.
I'll let my allies get their loot and. Oh, there I lie. Didn't want the CP loot. Actually, yeah, let's go grab it. Let's not leave it behind. Let's see what. Oh, it was another 4. Making this another 3 or 4 likely.
We all heard what you've been doing. Thanks.
Let's grab the key chest as well. Okay. Well, I guess we're doing one more after this one.
Friendly combatants detected.
Yeah. I'm not gonna start it halfway in. Also, there's something else here because why was there a rusher here? Don't have special rounds. Let's go get some.
Immediate medical assistance.
Cost me all my mementos there. Oh no, actually, I survived. Just at the edge of it. And yeah, this guy should get me.
Friendly combatants nearby.
We have to find them.
I'm just gonna leave that to them. Let's go kill these guys outside.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Civilians in distress.
I see them!
Detecting additional hostile contacts. Incoming hostiles detected.
I was gonna say they're gonna just spawn here, right?
Going this way!
I'm just gonna leave that guy. Let's go do the CP guys. That was the convoy over there.
Friendly combatants detected.
Get
Agent
around
down.
there. Some bad shooting on my end. Hello.
Additional hostile contacts. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Those are the convoy or something? That's a lot of stuff.
Civilians in danger.
Okay. Why are they on fire? Ah. That's why.
What the hell is this?
An agent needs assistance.
The control point guy shit out. I went for him.
More blood on your hands.
Yeah, I don't have sadist and stuff there, and that actually really is slow. That got captured, yeah. I'll get the
Friendly combatants nearby.
convoy parts, likely this right here. So completion as well.
Supply room access unlocked.
Yeah, seeing as I didn't trust that guy to wait for us. Yeah. Let's maybe go for that one, but yeah, I need someone to. Well, actually, feed fast travels to the CPL, or for feed fast travels to the safe house. Or if somebody fast travels to the safe house, I'll join back up on that. It's starting the run already, so I'll just wait for him to. Basically, the second he is facing this way, he's already downstairs now, so I can actually fast travel there. And we'll run into the CPM. We'll record this one and then an outro, and then that's it.
Hostile control point identified.
I'm fine if they're not that far behind. Well, if he's gonna engage from there, that's the dumbest thing I've seen all day. Hoping he doesn't. He didn't. It's not the dumbest thing I've seen all day. Yeah, I'm just gonna hit record here. And yeah, we're heading into another CP. It's gonna be the last one here. Wait for my allies to all stack up together, and we'll go and mark as many things and rush in. And here as well, we can push for the spawn camp. I see already my ally going for it. Although with 4-man, you kind of need to clean up the outside a little bit before you can go and spawn camp them, because a lot of stuff needs to die before before that happens. That's the point where it happens. I can go sit here. And one thing I really want to do is try to get some of these weak points off. And the assault on this is always pretty good if you can get them to spawn camp. I'm gonna break off here. Everybody's here. I'm just gonna make sure there's nothing outside. Yeah, there isn't. Good. That's a danger quite often. Everybody goes inside and then there's just something outside and that comes and murders you. So this way I was a little bit set up and ready for this wave. That's a random patrol. But that rusher is the control point.
You need to leave us alone!
Yeah, the TKB doesn't have the accuracy for mid-range and stuff quite often. But you can still, once you get used to it, we don't have any weapon handling here. We do have reload speed from the gear set. Kind of helps a lot, actually. Because the TKB has a very long reload. I often dislike it, running it without the fast hands. But here, because we have some reload speed, it's okay. We only have unnamed left, or my allies are on top of him, so he'll likely quickly die. But I did get to keep the special ammo up quite a lot. So I did my part. And we get to go loot. But yeah, we're gonna end this segment here, and we'll take it into the conclusion, and I'll go over the builds kind of again, what I think about them, and which ones, again, I'll be keeping and won't be. So I'll see you in a second at the conclusion. Okay, that's that then.
Okay, we need to guard this place.
Let me set my group closed again, because already closed because we canceled the bounty. And I'm just gonna go to the outro. I'm gonna do it on the... I shall do it on this. Yeah, I'm just gonna drop group.
Guard duty.
Thanks, Pomak, for the help there. And actually, yeah, after the conclusion, I might go do some more stuff. So if you're up for it, we'll go farm some more countdowns and stuff, or something. But yeah, I'm gonna drop group here and go go to the conclusion. What's that? I would love to try Red Strider with Satos with it. Well, I mean, yeah, in a group setting it can kind of work. But usually the FAMAS on its own will run out of ammo a little bit too
Hostile control
fast.
point detected.
Or, well, out of the special ammo. Because you only get 25 rounds with it. Let me quickly, actually, yeah, let's clean up this inventory because it's going to bother me. Get those caches out as well. If I'm gonna do it, let's do it right. I need all of the build pictures again. Let's see, what order did we do? We did Umbra. What was the other one? FI. Yeah, I'll give them their outro basically, or the conclusion in order of that. Also, yeah, what's my next? Oh yeah, that's that next one here. Yeah, so what is the order? So I should bring this in. Should not have the red circle. I lost it again. What was it? Oh yeah. UI, FI, to Patriot OD. So I'm just gonna give them each a sentence or two and then lead into the outro. And yeah, it's my voice, of course, then decides to become raspy as I coughed. But yeah, we'll just use it for a little bit and it'll come back to us, hopefully, as we'll discuss the importance of the solar system to the universe. Just to discuss something. Well, we won't. Let's just jump into the conclusion here. Yeah, I want to start off with the build picture here, and then we'll go into the build picture. Yeah. Okay, let's do a conclusion, and I'm gonna hit record in 3, 2. And to conclude this video, as we go over quickly each of the versions that we discussed today, and yeah, starting off with Umbra, it is not good. It doesn't have the damage bonuses. It is clunky. It is a little bit of a different gameplay style, although I would just much rather have the full red version, which does decent damage, and in doing so as well is good enough to run just for variety's sake. I will not be keeping the Umbra variant. Moving on to the FI, it is one that I'll be keeping. It is just a little bit enough of a difference in gameplay style, and its buff can be quite strong, so sometimes I'll just pull it out and just run it in groups as, yeah, just if we don't need to be min-maxing, just to have some variety. And while it is actually the hardest one to put together, because yeah, you're getting all yellow cores, so you need to recore all 4 pieces, it still isn't too hard. Although of course a full red FI is still, I would say, preferable to this in most content, but it is quirky enough for me to keep this one. And then if we move on to the True Patriot, that one is likely going to become an X build quite soon, as I'll open up the slot to find another quirky build to put in there. It just lacks firepower, and especially without the backpack, it kind of lacks the position that a True Patriot can. It's kind of the same with all of the buff builds as we went through them, not having the ability to either as well put, for instance, opportunistic there, or just having backpack talent that is a little bit more towards the builds is kind of hurting it. But that's, of course, the downsides of a TechTank. But, of course, the upsides of a TechTank are there as well, as all of these have pretty strong shields and can carry their own, and can be that playstyle of just being in people's faces and trying to keep their attention towards you. And then the last one is actually the one that kind of surprised me, and I will be keeping it, definitely. And that was kind of the thing with trying out these builds, and as well with this video, is going over and trying new stuff, because that's quite often its own fun, I find. Trying to make the best out of even builds that are could be considered B tier, basically. Trying to get the most out of the build itself is quite enjoyable. And in the case of this ongoing one, I think it works decently well, especially in the season where we had the ammo directive. This could help as well with the ammo, as of course the ammo from ongoing directive just comes out of nowhere. It doesn't come from the ammo pool, it's pulled straight out of the air. And that helps a lot with that. In this season, of course, we have Pistolero active, but still in the summit, I'd be okay running, for instance, this ongoing directive TechTank alongside of others, and running the reduced ammo directive. And damage-wise, of its own, it is decent, and then it gives a decent group buff, which I feel is kind of what I need out of it. Especially with running it with Sadist and having Obliterate on it. Once it's charged up, it's as well, of course, its shield is the same as all the other tech tanks except the FI one, which shields a little bit more. But this one does good enough tanking, has a good enough group buff, and then has its own decent damage, especially because it can run Sadist, putting it on par with basically a Kingbreaker. And yeah, of the 4 as well, this one will be kept as well. So, and yeah, this was more of a thought exercise in putting together somewhat more quirky builds, as all 4 of them I feel fit that build quite a bit. Of course, they're in the way of the TechTank, so it is a playstyle that I'm very comfortable with, and then just trying to mix it up by throwing in a few gear sets that I hadn't tried in there yet. And yeah, I feel the ongoing directive one especially kind of surprised me and will be kept, as I wasn't expecting actually any of these to be good. That's also why I hadn't made them in the past. But yeah, that kind of concludes this video. And yeah, for my upcoming videos, the next build showcase will be on X0 Ortiz. As yeah, it is a decent enough build that works okay-ish in its setup. I feel in one setup is actually pretty decent, as shown here. And we'll go over that and its gameplay especially, because I have kind of enjoyed trying to get the most out of this build, even though it is basically a worse Eclipse in most cases. And the video that will follow this one up is actually going to be somewhat in the same vein as this build showcase, and we're going to go over bad builds and good bad builds, and try to discuss when even making mediocre builds or builds that you know won't be the best, trying to still get the most out of them, as I feel a lot of people fail at that. So we'll go over that in a rambling talk. And as always, I'll be, of course, streaming quite often over on Twitch, so you can join me over there. And, of course, we also now have a community Discord, so if you want to come hang out there, that is always available as well. And I hope to see you in my future videos, or over on Twitch, or over in the Discord, maybe. And, as always, have a good night. Little rambly, but I feel it will be fine. Let's see, how long was that one? 6 minutes? Yeah, it's giving a conclusion to each one of them. That's it. So let's see what the total runtime there became. So bring my face back up. And it is a total of 1 hour 24 minutes, which 1.5 hours was my kind of the target that I had in mind. So it's actually underneath it, so that's good. And I'm happy enough with it. The only part is sometimes it's obvious that I was about to cough and I was trying to hold it, try to catch it. So it's just, you know, weird silence. But I mean, I could try to edit those out and stuff, but it's fine. It's literally one of these. It's that. It's fine. I should see. Scooby put something on. Let me catch that up. Have you played around with the Dr. Home on a blue build? The armor it gives is based on your own armor, so it could be nice utility for tanky FI hybrid build. I've never used the Dr. Home myself. I'm not sure if it would be worth it. The thing with the Dr. Home is any build that is even remotely aligned towards damage, because I was thinking about using it in the FI. It has basically 2 big issues. One is that you scope. Like, the annoying thing with it is that you can't run it without being scoped in, and that kind of annoys a lot. And of course, it doesn't have any crit chance at all. Even though it has the detox third, it not having any crit chance here really hurts it a lot. And it's okay for healing and stuff, but you could just be healing. Ends up. I've tried out the Dr. Home and a bunch of stuff. The thing is, when you're like really tanking as well, so for instance, the raid tanks, you want to use a bulwark. You can't do that. You can't do that tanking with a Crusader. And I've tried stinking it into TechTank, but yeah, all of the TechTanks kind of need a weapon with like at least the 15 crit chance of an AR, and preferably like the 20 of an Elmo. So they just yeah, it gives up too much. It's one of those weapons. It ends up just giving up too much. But healing-wise, the thing I've tried to do with it as well, I've put it actually in the Pestilence build I have, because that is set up for weapons that don't have any crit chance, which is just a glass red. And it actually kind of works okay. The most of it is that it's healing people even without you having to target them or anything, and it's healing everybody. So it does have that, but but it is a weapon. I mean, you can run it, but it's just, yeah. Yeah, that's kind of the thing with it, especially if it also didn't force you to scope in. That would help a lot already. It being basically a scope in weapon is already kind of, yeah, kind of hurts. Let me close up this browser that I have open with those things. And yeah, I'm gonna
Short rations.
be going for another hour or so, and I don't know if anybody is interested in doing anything. I wouldn't be against doing maybe a few Cantans. But, I always enjoyed those. Or maybe actually, if anybody's up for maybe doing a Descent. I don't know if anybody's interested in getting my weekly Descent out of the way might be a good thing. And yeah, I think I'll do that. I'm gonna. Oh, somebody was greeting me there. But, it's fine. We'll go over to this character and gonna do a Nemesis run. And if anybody wants to join me, feel free to just hop on me. I'll wait a minute or so, and then we'll.
Entering safe area.
Let me guess. We're pulling short rations again.
Agent, you have
Briefly as well. Quickly want to check. She has a negotiator one, right? Yeah. Kind of want to give this combat medic as well a pass. I want to see actually if 2 pieces Brazos. I always find it hard to kind of in my head do the calculation there of that thing, because it has a minor, which is a core, which kind of like always messes with my head. But likely we'll do that different day. And yeah, I need to do a pass on kind of what I want to, which builds I want to touch. And as well, I still need to optimize these 2 out or find better pieces maybe as well. As I altered these pieces to be free talentable just because trying to get as many free talentable pieces on characters. Even though I'm surprised I don't have this one be free talentable. But yeah, that's a weird one. Oh yeah, I'm just gonna move something to my radio. Okay, I'll give it. I'll wait for you and and Scooby as well. That's it. And then we'll 3-man through it. In the meantime, I'm actually gonna see if the snitch is here. I mean, well, this character hasn't been loaded in, so I can force the snitch to spawn. He is here.
Want to know where my buddy has set up shop today?
Target is nearby.
Let's see where Cassie is and maybe hit over there. Just briefly want to see what she has. And sometimes still items for my third account can be useful from vendors. And it'll give Pomic an escape to time to gather up on me. And I'll take this way out, which is the faster way to go over here. I feel as well a lot of people don't know that exit. Well, that's only really useful for this. For getting to Cassie.
Checking out this fine merchandise?
His status effect, hunter killer. That is a weird one. Yeah, nothing worthwhile in this one. Was hoping for maybe as well, yeah. Her having Habsburg, but
Agent, it's a
because
pleasure.
she only has 2 pieces of gear, right? Yeah, so that's very unlikely. And yeah, wherever and whenever you're ready, Pomic, hop on in and we'll go do a descent. So I don't feel I've ever looked at this. Is any of it readable? Also, why is it upside down? I mean, well, it's all the ways around. Whole world affected by the virus.
Another agent has joined your group.
I did make out rush to find government rush to find something already. It's, most of them are the same headline. But yeah, let's leave that as for what it is, and everybody's ready. We'll go and do a little bit of decent. We'll go be decent in descent. Oh, 8 up X-Man. I read that as sub X-Man. But yeah, hey there. What are your thoughts on building striker builds for PvE? I mean, strikers is the current top meta, so it is very common to have striker builds for PvE. And if you're interested in specific ways,
Safe area detected.
there's a link to that. That is a direct link to the in my build collection, the striker recommended folder. And basically, has in
Simulation program.
in
Simulation.
recommended order of what I would say the better striker builds. All of them are basically with red. Preferably, you want to put the Oreo in there, although that's not for all content. For some content. It's, you know, Elmo is the other option, and then or FAMAS, because a FAMAS then lets you have other talents, which can be handy because you can have things like preservation and so. Never. Oh, wait, you've never done exams, really? What?
Difficulty rating. Easy.
I mean, it's not hard. Actually, well, I don't know if you still maybe want in on this one, because we'll run you here.
Construction initiated.
But yeah, I'm guessing you've seen a few runs at this point on stream. Because yeah, it's a pretty fun mode. It's it is a little bit different. It's trying to make the best of what you get. But it's very much for me as well. Overwatch already. I'll take that one. Upstairs. I'm gonna kind of enjoy it. I wasn't too sold on it starting out, but
Difficulty rating medium.
but I've warmed up to it, I would say.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Mostly as well. It's for me. I'm trying to get all of those collectibles. That's something I do want on this character.
Console available.
And of course those blueprints. Those blueprints help. I'm gonna take the eyeless here. Gear around, yeah. And move something. Yeah, moving stuff around is always a whole hassle.
Entering new room.
Yeah, strategy-wise here, we're going for the easiest rooms because they give
Initiated.
the most towards the nemesis. So we'll be going for the easiest rooms, and then that will lead to us getting to nemesis after loop 5 before loop 6,
Console active.
which is basically the fastest you can get there.
Station online.
And we just do that for speed, because if we have to do an extra loop on top, it takes time, of course. I'm gonna take a reroll here and take preservation. And yeah, that gambling effect of trying to reroll stuff is it's kind of addictive and well made. Well, likely I won't be doing another
Entering new location. Difficulty rating medium.
Nemesis run after this one. Is
Hostile construction
getting
initiated.
late, but I might be doing one more mission or something after this one. So going up for that. Oh yeah, I totally forgot as well that I have a skill and I can do that.
Console online.
Allegro. And I feel what I kind of like, especially Nemesis running, because you just get usually
Difficulty rating.
an exotic or two, exotic talent or two. It dictates kind of the choices I'll make from after this one. Okay, it's gonna be yeah, the door at the end of that corridor and this door. The others, all the others weren't it.
Constructing hostile combatant.
Because if you get something like breathe free, I'll try to go for more weapons that are like slow firing and heavy damage. If I get adaptive instinct, I'll try to go for high fire rates. If I get something like bullet hell, I'll try to go for like FAMASs and stuff like that, or maybe a shotgun or something. So every run is kind of different, and you kind of make the best of the choices that you get. I kind of like that aspect of it. Out of these three, I'm going to take Bullet Hell. Bound got Plague, which is nice with one Plague at least. Could have taken Glass there or Breathe Free. Breathe Free is not... I usually can't make it work well, I feel, on Nemesis's. But Bullet Hell lets me choose weapons like FAMAS or something, which I would normally never do. Or... Don't want to take that ACS. Just take this. Because yeah, FAMAS in here is kind of painful because it like has a 30 round mag, and we're not gonna get far enough to get enough extras and like lucky shots to like give it a big mag.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating medium. Constructing hostile combatant. Console online.
These early loops are nice and easy. Take a blitz rate.
Operator authorized to select new room.
Usually taking crit damage stuff isn't, or crit chance based stuff isn't too great. Because I won't be building up any real crit chance. But it's also not the worst.
Chemical hazard activated. Entering new location. Difficulty rating easy. Constructing hostile.
3 players and 3 doors. So everyone takes one. I very much feel.
Console available.
Very much feel I missed every shot there. I very much feel 3-man is kind of the. I had a lot of choices there. I'm going to take Trauma here because Trauma doesn't come up often. But yeah, I also had Overwatch 2 and stuff.
Operator clear to select new room.
Other side. I mean, it's Plague even without... Like even with AK or something, it can be okay. But yeah, having a secondary to swap to can help a lot.
Entering new
Do the
location.
cheese.
Difficulty rating easy. Constructing hostile combatant.
And we have a lot of the skill slots as well filled up already. So we're doing pretty okay.
Console active. Supply station available.
I'll take the vigilance here. Let's get some reds first.
Operator selected.
That was a lot of smileys.
Room to proceed.
Yeah, that's like the easy.
Activating chemical hazard. Entering new location. Difficulty rating easy. Hostile construction initiated.
That's 3 doors. I'll shoot at the downstairs one. Let's take the upper two.
Console active.
Ah. No override
Operator
obliterates.
clear to select new.
I'd rather have unhinged.
Chemical hazard activated.
I'll wait back here to
Entering new
let you
location.
guys
Difficulty
set
rating.
up.
High value target.
This probably gets halfway across. I'll jump in. We'll have 3 doors here as well, so
Hostile spawn.
cross as well.
Highlighted doors.
Grab the middle back one. Oh, we all got decent damage talent so far. I'm already happy I haven't had to re-roll a lot because that's usually what costs you a lot of credits, and then you can't buy slots and stuff. None of these skills, so I might as well take this. Actually, I should take this, right? Yeah. Yes. I have bullet hell. And I even have enough for 2 slots. Because yeah, I want Sadist, I want Steady-Handed, and then just damage talents here. And we're only at loop 3 so far. And then you have 2 more loops to get
Room selected.
another
Difficulty
skill.
rating. Medium. EMP attack simulation online.
Because I'm happy with these weapons.
EMP hazard activated.
Because actually L86 with
EMP
bullet hell is pretty good. L86's main downside is it's
construction initiated.
low max size. That's negated with bullet hell.
So online.
No, this way.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating. Easy. EMP attack simulation online. EMP hazard activated.
Middle one.
EMP attack simulation online. Hostile construction initiated.
That went weird.
System disrupted.
And I keep trying to reload, of course, but it's just
System
habitual reloader. Ooh, hey, I even get Sadist as well. Nice. We're going that away. Yeah, if I get Steady-Handed, a few more Unhinged, a little bit more Overwatch.
entering new location. Difficulty rating. Easy.
Maybe composure. Maybe rifleman. Oh, there's 2 doors here at the start.
Initiated.
Somebody can take the lower one. Yeah, we're fighting outcasts. I'm actually... Could have been hugged right away.
Console available.
Luckily, no Russia command there.
Supply station online.
Yeah, rifleman. This rifleman is pretty good. I'll be aiming at the heads of the nemesis anyway. So let's upgrade here maybe to this medium. This seems like a good place to do it.
Room selected.
Yeah, we can do that like twice, maybe 3 times. 3 times is risky, but 2 times it was pretty risk-free. As yeah, it's 2 door or well, 1 door upstairs and 2 doors down. I got this upper
Hostiles
one.
constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. Console available.
Whenever I get Overwatch from now on, I'll definitely take it. It's an important group buff.
Difficulty rating. High value target. Electrical hazard simulation activated.
Do you mean you have it? Because I already had one stack of it.
Hostile. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Oh yeah, that's what I meant. I had 1 and then I went to 2 now. But that's what I mean, like then from now I'll prioritize getting more of them. But as I've skipped 2 I could have gotten. Going for trauma and going for something else. But you haven't gotten trauma and sadist out of the way and stuff. Especially with 3-man, that helps a lot. Take that final red slot and one of those and one of those. Hoping for a good skill. MG5 is also appealing. I'll take the fire cam, even though I'd rather not, but I might get something else to replace it with. At least it's something. Well, let's just take the easy here. 1 more red isn't worth it. Although that MG5 looked appealing as well, because that thing has also the same thing. High burst, but small mag in here.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating easy.
And yeah, we're at loop 4, so yeah, 2 waves.
Hostiles
We'll chat for
constructing.
that.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Issues finding
Console
an angle to shoot from. And I always like 3-man scaling as always. I think it feels the best, I feel. And as well, it's we're doing easy and medium rooms, so we're getting 3 doors. And 3 doors and 3 players, that kind of matches up.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating, medium.
Oh, I mean, yeah, doing unless you do a boss room, you'll always miss it by. As if we didn't get 69%, we only got 68. But yeah, it's the way we're doing it with just normal and mediums. It's always gonna end up on an even number. Everything spawned over there.
Console active.
Take a reroll. Other one. Last one. I'll take that surgical. It'll help a little bit. I was hoping for a talent I already had, like Unhinged or something like that.
EMP attack simulation.
I have all the slots I want, so I don't need to save my credits for that.
Difficulty rating, easy. System malfunctioning. Hostile construction initiated. System restored. System disrupted. System activated.
Come get some.
Trauma is always MVP. It just catches one enemy in their tracks.
System malfunctioning. System back online. Console.
Just one enemy less to deal with on the doors
Supply
helps a lot
station
already.
available.
See Overwatch, I grab Overwatch. Oh, and hey there, Tally. It was 4 versions actually. They are actually in the build collection. It was a Phi one, True Patriot one, ongoing directive one, and Umbra. Basically, the 3 buff builds, trying those out as TechTank variants, and together with Umbra, because that's the only damage variant that I didn't have. Damage gear set that. And all of them, I mean, that's also the reason I didn't have them before. The ongoing directive one is the only one that I feel is actually pretty okay. It works as a thing.
Console active.
This is also, yeah, what because yeah, we recorded already all of it. I should maybe change the title, although we won't be going much longer. So it's fine. I'll change the title for tomorrow. But the ongoing directive one is decent. All of the other ones are just mediocre, which kind of expected, but it was also kind of the thinking of that for that video, and also me running that.
Hazard activated.
Let's try them out. Let's see if any of them
Difficulty rating.
work.
High value target.
And actually, the ongoing one, I would say, like
Hostiles.
doesn't not work.
Doors.
And also as a build showcase, it's a little bit of a different kind of layout. Basically, that build gameplay, instead of just what I normally have of just talking about one build for a while and then giving it gameplay. And also not going as in depth because they didn't need it. That wasn't the purpose of this build showcase, wasn't it? It was more just here's how you can mess about with builds that you already even maybe know, but altering them to be interesting in other ways. But I'm mostly happy having done the build showcase now because I can I get to open up one slot, which was the True Patriot one. The Umbra one was already not even saved as a loadout. But that one was never going to make it. But yeah, the True Patriot slot comes open and we'll see about... I don't know where I will... I don't even really have a candidate to put in there. Oh, I get the Model 700 one. when that Pomic really wants it. Yeah, I'm not gonna make a choice there. Just I'll check the credits. Take an armor kit and we'll take some ammo. I'll save a little bit for rerolling. I wish I could. I wish I could just trade it to you. But yeah, that's not how this game works. Anyway, we're starting loop 5 with 84. So we're basically guaranteed to get the Nemesis because at worst we're gonna get 4 mediums. That has happened to me sometimes. But we already have it easy here, so we're gonna go to 90%. We only need 10%. So we're guaranteed the Nemesis as long as we don't like pick a heart by accident. Gonna crawl back a little bit and shoot this.
Hostile construction initiated.
Oh. I thought the timer actually was going already.
Gonna take care of business. I will let him get near. Gonna need a medic on my own.
Fighting. Hyenas. And I really need to stop leaving cover like I do
Console
in
available.
between waves. Because I'm breaking Overwatch each time I do that. But I already have 2 riflemen? When did that happen? I'm gonna dump that other one. Getting composure in there. I've overwritten 2 talents. I've wasted 2 talents. I only have 18 talents at the end of
Gas
this.
simulation.
That's fine.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
I'll take this one at the end.
Console
That
available.
was a full spin to try to get guts on her. Oh, actually, I talked a lot and I didn't read actually. Sometimes you kill the Nemesis, you get the blueprint, right? No, so at the Nemesis kill, if you leave afterwards, you have a chance of getting a reconstructed cache. And the reconstructed cache is the thing that can contain blueprint.
Entering new location.
And it's
Difficulty rating.
a 50-50 of getting it at there.
Activating
And
poison.
yeah, if you actually go to later loops, you have a chance of getting multiple reconstructed caches with at 20 and 30, I think you have a 100% chance. So you might actually get like 4 or 5.
Hostile
or-
construction initiated.
Reconstructed caches. One of the doors is down below the entrance. Oh, are they inside? Oh no.
Console available. Supply station activated.
I have a ton of credits. Let's do a few rerolls. Let's get more damage talents. I don't mind steady-handed, but I'm good without this one. You know, we're already at 100%. This is, I think, our last room.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating medium.
Oh, no, T2
Steam
ones
hazard
with
activated.
with ammo. Oh, well, multiple of them use. Because yeah, in TechTanks it just lines up to
Initiated.
use. You can stay up there, Republic, otherwise I'll go down here. Mostly because they can use the crit chance pretty effectively. Most of them are pretty low on chance. But yeah, the thing is as well, the tech tank wise, like the Heartbreaker, the Negotiator, the Striker, all three of those are the good ones, I would say.
Console active.
Much better than the ones in this, like, that were part of this showcase. And especially the Negotiator actually lines up. The Negotiator and the Striker both can run pretty well with Elmo as well.
Difficulty rating.
I think I've actually even changed their build picture to be with Elmo, I think.
Constructing hostile combatant.
I'll stay on the door on this side. Because even with these boss rooms, it's only 3 doors that'll be active. So each camp 1. I have an AR. I don't know why I didn't use it there. Spray and pray with the LMG instead. Also, I have unhinged, so accuracy is not the best. I shouldn't be giving up Overwatch like that. This is the last enemy. No, we don't get a second exotic, so we'll just have to kill them with 1 exotic. But I feel we're all 3 pretty strong. One thing I do hate though is not having gunner on them for the ammo. I mean, yeah, all tech things are based on, well, that's the tech in them. They are technician tanks. But in most content, you shouldn't be running too much out of ammo. That's sometimes the reason I do go with like more ammo conservation kind of weapons. But yeah, for instance, the Kingbreaker on the Heartbreaker, just because it has high damage per mag and
Entering new location.
doesn't
Difficulty rating. Nemesis.
overuse its ammo, kind of works decently. You could always put gunner on them, but that's giving up the artificer. And the artificer is kind of core to the build, I would say.
Difficulty.
Really lets you just
Constructing
stand in
nemesis.
front of stuff. And yeah, as always, we're rushing over here and taking positions.
Disrupted.
We have one close. We have actually multiple close.
Vital signs critical.
I think the heal here.
Rogue blinder firefly detected. Hostile blinder firefly detected.
My choice of fire camp. Oh, watch out! You're the only one up.
Agent incapacitated. Agent down. Rogue stinger hive detected. Hostile stinger
Sadly,
hive
we
detected.
didn't make it there.
An agent needs
And
assistance.
actually, my choice of taking fire cam there
Signs
cost us.
0.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. Sometimes you lose it on the nemesis. Because I don't feel we were weak, but we likely didn't have many trauma. Well, actually we had 2 traumas, so we've been fine there, but yeah. They got the better of us. If you guys are up for it, well, I'm intending to go again and see about killing these nemesises.
Facility detected. Combat
I don't know if you guys are
program
up for
active.
another run. So we did get 4 levels out of that and a simulation cache. I'll wait for Pomic to load that as well. I guess everybody's up for retrying that, right? You can always decline if so. Yeah, ouchie, indeed.
Safe area entered.
The dangers of just one skill. And bunching up. It wasn't your fault. I mean, there was no fault there. Like, sometimes it just goes wrong. Like, you just have to accept that. You can get mad over it, but it's much better just to analyze what happens. Although there, I kind of know what happened. I shouldn't have been poking out as long as I did. I don't know why. And getting my health gate, giving up my health gate that easily. Shouldn't have done that. Should have healed up. And then yeah, we bunched up together and we got camped. Fire camped, which that's what happens. But yeah, we'll try it again from the top. Let's go for the easier one. Actually, what's my free talents pledge? That won't come into play at all.
New room. Difficulty rating easy.
3 players, 2 doors. Well, yeah.
Hostile construction initiated.
That one always reminds me of with the first X-Men. I can see that, yeah. I mean, it's very much kind of inspired by that, right? Like, kind of.
Console active.
I take a first reroll right away. Yeah, I kind of have to. The thing is, out of blue, I basically only want preservation, so it's an annoying thing when you get rooms with multiple blues.
room selected. Difficulty rating, medium.
I'll go down
Hostile
away.
construction initiated.
I'm gonna miss my cam there.
Console active. Supply station online.
Because I'm gonna reserve quite a lot. That's just your opinion. We can still blame Salty. That was Salty's fault. And the reason was you weren't there to revive us.
Medium.
You weren't there to clutch it out,
Hostile construction initiated.
carry us. That's actually the reason. So yeah, still your fault. That was the second sticky that I just
Console
sent past to play people. I'll blame that it's getting late. Or you know what? I'll blame Salty. Just screw it. Yeah. Take another reroll. Yeah. I should have maybe taken the credits there. That one.
entering new room. Difficulty rating easy. Hostiles constructing. Hostiles spawn from highlighted doors.
Let's see if I can get one sticky to stick.
No way.
There we go.
Console online.
Big sadist. We'll hope for trauma. And yeah, likely with or without beating the nemesis is here. Although we'll beat them this time.
Difficulty rating
We'll be
high
more
value
careful.
target.
It'll be
Hostile.
my last thing of the evening.
Hostile spawn.
Oh yeah, tomorrow I'll stitch together that the build showcase and give it a thumbnail, give it a description, and get it uploaded. And all goes well, it'll be available somewhere in the afternoon. On this first loop, I'm not dealing a lot of damage. Got it there. Really needed that to...
Detected.
That's someone. I have the named here. I'll wait for my allies to kind of come this way. The first named is always the hard one. Really don't do much damage yet.
I need new plates for this rig.
As we tickle him to death. Yeah. Really don't want to, but out of those, I'm gonna take that. Incessant chatter is kind of nice, but not for these low loops, and it's not gonna do anything against the nemesis. So I'll just have to literally bite, hopefully not bite the bullet, and take glass. Then try to not bite the bullet. Because if you're glass and you bite the bullet, you shatter all your teeth, because everything does 60% more damage to you. Here, of course, I'm going to take Oxidizer and make our life living hell. I don't like any of these. Screw it. We'll do the clicking.
Entering new room.
We'll take an ACRSS.
Easy. Hostiles constructing.
The only downside of the ACRSS is just
Doors.
the amount of clicks you have to do.
Console online.
But actually, it's not too bad still. Like, a lot of people go like, you can't actually even like use it or stuff like that. I would disagree. It's 7 clicks a second, which is, especially if, oh, I have like literally, I had 0 red talents. I mean, I still kind of have 0 red talents as I took surgical there. Yeah, that would explain why I feel so weak. And yeah, I have sadist and glass.
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy.
I'll take them in the
Hostile
door.
construction initiated.
Yeah, I'll hopefully have some time to as well to work on the other video that I want to make, which is rambling talk on
Console
good bad builds versus bad builds. Which is kind of the reason I actually made the backfire striker build. Because that's gonna serve the purpose of being the good bad build, even though it's basically a bad build still, but it's a good way of doing a bad build.
entering new room.
I'm gonna put it up
Difficulty rating
against
easy.
that monstrosity soap disco put out.
Hostile construction initiated.
Now I'm in.
Console active. Supply station activated.
I went for the supply station instead of this thing. Let's get as many red talents as I can. Oh. In this way.
Room selected. Difficulty rating medium. Hostiles
This
constructing.
middle one.
Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
I'll kill you!
Yeah, most of the way happy as well with the. I've made the
Console.
burst sustain and damage per mag guide, like the written guide of it. Made most of it. Kinda happy with it. So that'll be an in-depth guide as well.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating High value
Because yeah,
target.
once I've talked about burst and sustain and kind of thing, we can kind of take it from there into some other stuff and like how to view them and stuff. I'm hoping it might become a two-parter, but I'm hoping not to. Because I might do the same thing as with the damage calculation of just first going over basically the factual parts and then going over quirks and just opinions. Kind of depends on how lengthy it becomes. Just casually gets the heal up. We try to get the melee in there. And I wouldn't mind the second exotic talent. Let's see if we get lucky. But I feel weird about as well. Although, yeah, it makes sense. But yeah, the next one I want to do is Ortiz. Yeah, that's this season's the X0 set. That is this season's thing, of course. But yeah, it's gonna be basically two bad. Like bad, well, I mean not bad, but just two bad builds back to back, or well, mediocre builds. Yeah, actually, let me get a med back here. And let's just take this indeed.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating easy.
Way too many blue talents, which won't work
Hostile
out for me.
construction initiated.
Yeah, yeah. Take the.
Console active.
So I'll take Eyeless too. It's not something I really want. So the first step of Eyeless is
Select new room to
20%, and then each subsequent is 5. So that first one is like a really big damage boost for very cheap. Let's take the yellows. We can still get some traumas.
entering new location. Difficulty rating easy. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Is it safe here? It is.
Console available.
None of us have Overwatch yet, right? Because I can take it here. Oh, that's good. Yeah. Oh, well. Even get me in there. Let's just take Eyeless Tree.
Operator selected. Select new room to proceed.
This time I do feel I'm kind of getting shafted on red choices, but
Extreme heat
still have 2
signature
loops.
detected.
Well, there's still a chance.
Entering new location.
Make a
Vehicle
decent
rating.
outcome.
Easy. Constructing hostile combatant.
Oh yeah, there. Saved by the eyeless there.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Agent down.
That one should be on like a sliver.
Console available. Supply station online.
With only 1 wave, I still sometimes risk it. Get the kill in. And, I'm a little shafted on the
Operator
reds.
cleared to select new room.
Let's see if we get a few reds in.
Biohazard activated. Entering new location. Difficulty rating easy. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. Console available.
Give me something. I mean, I need those rerolls.
Operator authorized to select new room.
I don't have that. Yeah. It's fine. This is one of those it's fine runs.
Activating poison gas simulation. Entering new
All
room.
this typing I'll
Difficulty rating.
run across.
Target.
There are 2 doors on this end.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
Like uninstalling the show. Ah, I mean, was it that bad?
Agent down.
Yeah, I can push through all this. Not as a glass. Let's see about getting that off, you guys. Yeah. There we go. And yeah, I'm guessing all 3 of us are kind of weak damage-wise. And yeah, extra exotic would be nice.
An agent needs assistance.
Let's not use a revive token there. I'm gonna guess Public will get revived from this, right? We'll see. Oh. The answer to that is no. Because I don't think he'll get revived either if we go into a room, but also that he won't get the biggest skill. Let's get that final red. It's really bad looking for I'll just take the Mark 16 there. Yeah, I got shafted a little bit as well with red tones, but I mean that just happens from time to time.
Entering new location.
You win some, you lose some,
Rating.
and we're kind of losing this one. But hopefully, we'll have enough damage just to deal with the nemesis. What's happening? You coming, Bobby?
Hostiles constructing.
You can also like
Hostiles
exaggerate.
spawn from highlighted doors.
Because yeah, I'm pretty weak as well. Like I basically nothing, and I have to deal with glass. So you're not the only one in that boat.
Get away from me! Fucking hell!
Oh yeah, we're on loop 4, so we're getting two waves.
Console active.
There we go. The start of the comeback. We have unhinged there. Why would I just pick what I got? I mean, yeah, it's kind of how it goes. Let's take this medium. That all blue just... Yeah.
Electrical hazard.
I have way too much blue talents already.
Entering new
Way
location.
more than I would.
Difficulty rating. Medium. Hostiles constructing. Hostile from highlighted doors.
I can't see enough!
Console online.
Yeah, but we're still killing fast. That's fine. I usually never take Optimists. Let's take it. Just need some reds. Which way? With this one, I always forget which way we come in. Mostly because both ways look just similar. One more room and then the bus.
Entering new room. Difficulty rating. Easy. Hostile construction initiated.
Weapon free!
Vital signs critical. Agent out of action.
No, left just one. you guys can get them.
Console available.
Oh, we forgot at the... Right. We forgot at the supply station to buy revive tokens. Or is it here actually? Yeah, let's take the medium here. We can upgrade one more.
Electrical hazard.
Actually, we're on 86%. We could even take a hard if we need.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating medium.
I'll set up here.
Hostile construction initiated.
Am I safe here? I don't even know. Find that in 1 second.
Agent, I got your division right here. God damn it!
Console available. Supply station online.
And I don't need any more slots, so screw it. Let's. Yay! Yeah, same here. Well, I mean, barely. I'm up to 4 reds and a total of 7 levels in red. It's pretty low for loot 4.
High value target.
Yeah. It's fine. I shall go find the other part. Let's see if we can take the door near there. I found one.
Hostile construction initiated.
See about helping. You got the last one, right? Go back for my door. Where did they go? Oh, huh?
Firing our.
Oh. Where were they standing over there? Oh.
Serious trauma detected. Agent down.
Apparently glasses get taken out right away. No. We can just get the kill on the... Will this kill me? Safe as well. There we go. Turns out I didn't have any issues at all. Just Yeah, I wouldn't mind an exotic talent, but let's see if we get one. credits. Shop not working. Is it just not loading the interface, or what's it? Okay, but did it like fix itself, or? Ah. Well, let's like this one. Well, let's actually, yeah.
Entering new location. Difficulty rating.
Need it to load. Yeah, I feel usually they have few loading issues.
Hostile construction initiated.
Really hoping for trauma. With my really high eyeless and say this, that would be quite nice.
Got you!
Console available.
At least it's the final loop. And then see if we can get our nemesises down.
Operator authorized to select new room.
That looks promising, at the least. Yeah. 2 red slots still to fill, so
Room selected. Difficulty rating.
I'll
Easy.
take anything the game will throw at me.
Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors. Vital signs critical.
Avoid using med packs. Saving them for the nemesis as much as... Oh, just... With a few unhinges now, that ACRSS is
Online.
not very usable.
Online.
Just gonna take the companion and just sit close to someone. Which also isn't smart. Oh yeah, and don't forget to buy revive token.
To select
Skip.
new room.
That's it, then we all have a revive token again. Just in case. Might come in handy.
Room selected.
I would have taken the
Difficulty
meter
rating.
actually.
Easy. Hostile construction initiated.
Yeah, that Overwatch is helping a little bit. Thanks for the hype for the triggering of companion.
You do not want to
Serious trauma detected.
As well as the actual healing. This. I am still glass.
Console active.
Hey, trauma.
Operator selected.
That was worth 2
Select
rerolls.
new room to proceed.
One more room to pick. Oh. We're going to the all red. I have one more red slot. Just give me something in. Allegro, composure.
Room selected. Difficulty rating easy. Hostiles constructing. Hostile spawn from highlighted doors.
I should have composure.
Immediate medical assistance needed. Console active.
Oh, rifleman, rifleman would be good. Good one. Speaking of, yeah, let's take rifleman.
Operator authorized to select new room.
The rifleman, like most of the new talents, is for one.
Room
Like
selected.
the first one is 5%, and then
High value target.
it gets worse and worse. Well, it gets 1% for any subsequent. So. That
Construct.
first one is very much worth it. I'll go far one here. Oh, can't take cover here? That's annoying. Nothing spawned on that door. That doesn't work. With unhinged. Did it then splash from the wall? It's hoping for exotic there. So we're going into the, at least I'm pretty weak. So I'm hoping my allies are pretty strong. But we'll just play it to the best of our abilities and we'll see how it lands. Camera leaves us. Big setup. Let's take some hollow points in this. We'll take some explosive in this. Some that last armor pack and some ammo cap. Yeah, let's go.
Entering new
See about murdering our
difficulty
nemesis.
rating.
There's actually one thing that happened last time as well, is all three of them spawned right on top of us, which was turned out to be very dangerous.
Nemesis detected.
Yeah, they're gonna have healing, a lot of healing as well, but we'll just have to deal with that. Don't actually know if the healing trap becomes grapnel or shock or.
Rogue Restorer Hive detected. Hostile Restorer Hive detected.
The one on the right is pretty weak.
Restored. Rogue Shock Trap detected.
Oh, shock trap. That's what it is.
Hostile Shock Trap detected. Serious
Yeah.
trauma detected.
Last. Shouldn't have peeked there.
Action.
I should have placed myself better. Let's not die here. Watch out, there's one that is actually about to flank you. And shock trap. Only one left. Was hoping that would land, but now let's push in. I have trauma as well in a second. One there as well. That as well. Just ringing around the rosy, I think. Might go. Alright. There we go.
Simulation terminated. Collate and gather.
There we get it done. Even with worse builds, basically. We'll exit the DC here. Yeah, let's see if we get our reconstructed caches, and then I'll round it out there. Hey, I gotta reconstruct it.
Simulation program.
Scooby gotta reconstruct it. Hoping Pomic gets one as well. for his troubles. And it is one that contains a blueprint. I feel I haven't seen any of the ones that don't contain blueprints like in forever. I'm hoping they just removed them, but I wouldn't also. Well, Pomic does get to bitch because he did not get one. Pop mine here. We get a dare out of it, which is the named item, and then we'll get a blueprint, which isn't it. And again, I got the TDI card custom, which is a useful one actually, because I get to deconstruct 2 TDI card customs out of my stash. Opening up 2 of them. 2 slots, which I'll take. Every little bit helps in... Because yeah, TDI card customs, you can just craft them. They have one stat and 1 talent. You can optimize the stat and reroll the talent. So I can basically toss away these 2. I've optimized this one. I likely won't, but this one can go now. Because we can just, whenever the need strikes us, we can just go in here. I wish I could craft one for my 3rd account, because I still need one in there. Let me pop the rest of the caches. Lady dead. I don't know why I'm doing it like that. Let's do it the faster way, which is this.
Here to check
There's
something out.
there. Oh, this is the it's the one I took from the. It's like, where did I get a TDI card? This could be a poor man's pyromaniac, because you would need to put detox here, then you're just stuck with ignite.
Thanks for your business.
Which, if that one had come with detox, it would have been worth sharing or using. Oh wait, interest. Yeah, these ones, none of them are shareable. Still don't know what the rule set there is, because we've had it a few times now, and they've been shareable. Because I got this, of course, now just with us, and we exited all together, but that one isn't shareable.
Thanks for the business.
So kind of don't know what the rule set is there. Wonder if we'll figure it out someday. But yeah, thanks, Pumic and Scooby. I'll drop group here and free you guys up. We're already, yeah, leveling kind of fast. I'm already actually at 81, because we reached 18k not too long ago. We're already 18k and 100, 10th of the way to 19k, and then 20th of the way towards 20k from 18. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. Yeah, we did put together, recorded all of those pieces. I'll stitch them together tomorrow and get it together in a build showcase and get that out. And hopefully as well, yeah, work on the other video as well. Maybe get that ready as well and upload it and have one at the ready. And yeah, tomorrow I'll be back at it. I'll actually, is it it's Wednesday, right? Today? Kind of losing track of time. Well, now it's already Thursday, because we're already gone past midnight. But yeah, tomorrow and Friday I'll be streaming. Saturday I won't be. I'll have to work Saturday, so that one I'll miss. But yeah, we'll continue on tomorrow evening. And I might be able to maybe do an afternoon stream again, either tomorrow or Friday. Kind of depends. Mostly it's kind of, I sometimes have meetings and stuff, and if they are there, it's kind of like I don't have uninterrupted several hours. So let me catch up here before I sign off here. And yeah, indeed, GG's there, Bavik and Skeeps. And this ascent was literally this. I mean, you have some good ones, you have some bad ones. But usually, I mean, we still got it done. Actually, on the run where I felt a lot stronger, we actually all died. On the run where I was glass and I felt a lot weaker, and all of us were kind of complaining that we were weak, we got it done. So it goes like that. So, but yeah, that's kind of descent. It's ups and downs. But yeah, we got through it in the end. I basically got all my chores done. As yeah, all three accounts have their challenges done for thingy, for this global event as well and stuff. And I've even resourced up and everybody all they can. So yeah, my chores are basically done. I've even done the descent on this character that needs to do it. So. And yeah, actually I need to do a bunch of descent runs. So likely tomorrow we'll dedicate it to doing a ton of descent runs, just one after another. We'll see. Because yeah, one of the evenings will be that, the other will be as well. Just going through the build collection a little bit and just tagging a few things and trying to maybe think of a build to put in where the True Patriots TechTank is. Kind of want to put something quirky in there. I'll theory craft a few things. Let's see what we land on. Let's try to not put another striker in the build collection. That's my goal. We might make a, I don't know, something weird. We'll see. But yeah, thanks everybody for joining me. And it's actually a few times in there. The only thing for me left to say is have a good night.